Honorable members, pursuant to Order 12.2 of the Standing Orders, I respectfully bring to your kind attention the unavoidable absence of the Right Honorable Speaker. Accordingly, the Honorable First Deputy Speaker shall perform the duties and exercise the authority of the Speaker in relation to all proceedings of the House until the Speaker resumes the chair. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in their sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people, and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, item numbered 5, correction of vote and proceedings and official reports. I have in my hand the vote and proceedings of Tuesday, 8th July 2025, page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Yes, page 7. Honorable Kinsley Nyako.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, page 8. Page 7, right? Page 7. Page 8.
Are you talking with reference to page 7 or page 8?
Page 8, please.
Very well.
Page 8, under item B, Roman numeral IV. I would like us to, the table operator to check the correct name for Augustine Ahimfo, especially the Ahimfo, whether there is AR or without the R, because there is AHINFUL, but I'm thinking it's ARH. So kindly check and do the reconciliation.
With what I announced is AH.
Sorry?
What I announced, the list from which I made the announcement is AH.
That's why I'm saying that they should check, because at times it is AR. So I'm guided. Thank you.
Yes, once it was emanating from them, I believe the spelling is correct.
No problem, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Page 9. Yes, honourable member.
I don't know, Speaker. Still on page 8. 5 AII. It ends with led by a teacher, Holy Boedi. The Holy is referring to a name, right, Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
Okay.
That is the correct spelling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So I didn't pronounce it well. I'm familiar to Bodi, So I mentioned Bodi, and Samson Ahi was saying that it's Bodi. Page 9. Page 10. Yes, Frank Afriye.
Speaker,
Prof,
thank you
I'll
so
come
much.
to you.
Speaker, with respect, I invite you to the page under review, letter D, the proper rendition of the office for the minister in question is government communications. So, communications. So, if the clerk at table could insert S at the end of communication. Yes, to make it communications. Thank you very much.
Very well. Table office, kindly take note. Yes, Professor Kinsley Nyako.
But the same observation that has been corrected by
Very well.
the Honorable.
Very well.
Thank you.
Very well. Page 11.
On page 11, the apex of the page, the committee in order 207L, the committee is trade, industry, and tourism. It is not trade and industry, it is trade, industry, and tourism. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member, you are right. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, if I find favor before you, item 10, ruling from the chair, ruling from your good self, the speaker, which is which? Is it the chair or the speaker? But I'm here for. Thank you.
Oh, so you want my name to be indicated?
Not your name. I'm saying that should it be the chair or the speaker? Thank you.
Very well. Table office. Yes. Honorable Kinsley Nyako, they normally use chair because of the confusion leading to the definition of the speaker and Mr. Speaker, as contained in the interpretation column of the standing order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm guided. So it means that we need to go to the signing orders and the interpretation and make sure that we capture it correctly.
Very well.
Thank you.
Very well. Page 12. Page 13.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Asamoah.
Page 13, item 13, withdrawal of a bill. The second sentence, the Honorable Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture, Mrs. Emilia Arthur, in accordance with 2 Order 17. So we will have to delete the 2.
That is correct, Honorable Member. Table office, take note. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Page 15. Yes, Honorable Frank Afriye.
Speaker, thank you once again. Speaker, page 15, the first item, line 2. There is a group by name Canoe and Fishing Gear Association. I think after the fishing gear, owners should be inserted. The proper name of the group should be Canoe and Fishing Gear Owners Association of Ghana. Speaker, I invite you, if you go to the next page, it is properly written. That's on page 16.
Yes, item number IV.
Yes, sir.
So, table office, to avoid inconsistency, please take note and do the correct thing. Yes, page 16. Page 17. Yes, Honorable Dr. Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I just want to note a minor issue on page 12.
Oh, you are taking us back to page 12.
With your indulgence, Mr. Speaker.
Please do.
It's a minor one. The name is Tia is spelled with an H. And just to ensure consistency between the official report, which captures the name rightly, and then the other paper.
You are right. Table office, take note of the
Thank
name,
you very much.
the correct spelling of the name. Honourable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the vote and proceedings of Tuesday, 8th July 2025 is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Honourable members, official report of Friday, 27th June 2025. Yes,
Mr. Speaker,
Honourable Professor Kinsley Nyako.
Right Honorable First Deputy Speaker, Bernard Ahianfo. My very good friend.
Yes, we are good friends. People do not
My
know.
very good friend. Mr. Speaker, with respect, yesterday we corrected 2 official reports. The one you mentioned was also corrected. We did 26th and 27th. So they were done. I remember I effected changes on 2 of them. Thank you.
Honourable Professor, we are most grateful for this insightful information. I recall that we've corrected the 2. Thank you very, very, very much.
Thank you, my good friend.
But I don't have the 3rd and 7th. Yes, honourable members, what we have in the system is 3rd July 2025 and 7th July 2025. Can we comfortably take them? Yes?
Mr. Speaker, what was sent to us that I saw this morning was 1st July 2025. So we have 1st July here, we have 2nd July and 3rd July. So I think that we need to look at 1st July. Yeah, we have 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 7th. I saw only the 1st July. Thank you. So if it will please you, if you have the 1st July, minor correction to be made.
Well, honourable members, I think we can put our house together and take this tomorrow. Do I have the support of the House?
Yes, please.
Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, that is so.
Most grateful. The next item on the order paper is item 6. Urgent questions. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, in consonance with the conclave discussions, some guide will come from you regarding even duration and the number of follow-ups. So, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Minister for National Security and Interior is ready to answer the questions. If we may take those that stand.
Very well. Honourable members, the Minister responsible for Interior has been scheduled to come and respond to questions. He is in the chamber, ready to respond to those questions. May I humbly ask the Honourable Minister to take his designated seat as we proceed with the item numbered 6A. Urgent questions. The urgent question is standing in the name of Honorable Reverend John Ntim Fojo, Member of Parliament for Asin South. Honorable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for the Interior what steps the ministry is taking to reclassify Narcotics Control Commission as a security and intelligence agency, given their crucial and sensitive mandate as a drug enforcement agency. I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the ministry firmly acknowledges the critical and sensitive role of the Narcotics Control Commission, NARCOC, in combating illicit drug trafficking and transnational crime, especially in contemporary landscape where drug trafficking syndicates are more sophisticated and globally networked. Mr. Speaker, during my working visit to the Narcotics Control Commission on 27th of February 2025, I underscored the Commission's indispensable function as not just a regulatory body, but as an essential frontline law enforcement agency. Considering the robust mandate and powers conferred on Narcotics Control Commission in performance of its function in accordance with the provisions of the Narcotics Control Commissions Act 2020, Act 1019, the exclusion of Narcotics Control Commission from the Security and Intelligence Agency Act 2020, Act 1030, Mr. Speaker, could only be an oversight that must be urgently corrected. Therefore, as Act 1030 is being reviewed, Narcotics Control Commission cannot be left on the periphery, hence the need for the reclassification of Narcotics Control Commission as a security agency whose inclusion into the Security and Intelligence Agency Act is not a matter of convenience, but one that is regarded as a national security imperative. Consequently, as the Sector Minister, I have made essential recommendations for Narcotics Control Commission to be considered as part of the proposed amendment to the provisions in the Act 1019 to be in tandem with provision in the Security and Intelligence Agency Act under review and in line with international best practices. Additionally, similar recommendations have been made to the Constitutional Review Committee to have narcotics control explicitly cited in the Constitution as a state security agency. The primacy of this agenda is key to the realization of the mandate of the agency. Unfortunately, the current exclusion undermines its operational capacity, especially in confronting increasingly sophisticated drug networks. Mr. Speaker, however, the effectiveness of Narcotics Control Commission hinges on the entity being fully integrated into the national security agriculture without delay. And Mr. Speaker, I can assure that we are working at this. Thank you very much.
Any supplementary question?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I rise to thank the Minister for the Interior for the magnanimity in considering or taking steps to consider the review of the Act 1030, which will seek to overhaul the national security architecture, and recognizing the importance of including Narcotics Control Commission or reclassifying Narcotics Control as a security and intelligence agency, considering that and conceding that it was an oversight for them to be excluded from
Honorable
being
Member,
classified. But whilst
Honorable
I commend
Member,
the Minister for
you
that,
are clearly out of order. Order 88.7.
Mr. Speaker, to thank the
You
Minister.
cannot address. You can thank the Minister in a simple language.
Yes, so with your guidance, thank you, Mr. Right Honourable Speaker, for your guidance. I thank you and I thank the Minister, and also to urge that whilst waiting for the overhaul of Act 1030, the rules provide, may I urge the Minister to consider applying for the reclassification for the inclusion of narcotics control into
Honorable members, let's
National
proceed to
Security
question
as
number
Security and Intelligence Agency whilst waiting for the overhaul
6B.
of Act 1030.
Also
Thank you, Mr.
standing
Speaker.
in the name of Reverend John Tim Fojo, Member of Parliament for Asin South. Please, you have the floor. The second question, B.
No, Right Honorable Speaker, with the greatest of respect,
Speaker, I think we discussed, following the number of questions we had agreed that we will limit ourselves to one follow-up. And I have followed the member who had asked the question. And he was just about asking the limited follow-ups that he has. There's one follow-up. And Speaker, you appear to have truncated that. May I appeal that you allow him to
Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable Chief Whip, you, the leaders, must guide me to do business in the House. Standing Order 88.7. And I read, a member in asking a question shall not address the House, raise any argument, C, offer an opinion. So whatever needed to be done is not in the ambit of the member asking the question. So strictly speaking, when you pose the question as stated in the order paper, you are entitled to a supplementary question. And a supplementary question must not be addressing the House, must not raise any argument, must not offer an opinion. So by the rules, if you have an opinion to offer, probably you may have to engage the minister.
Yes, Speaker, with respect to you, I don't think this is a matter we should belabor. And Speaker, the practice in this House, 88.7, oftentimes colleagues have stood offensive of 88.7. And Speaker, by your guidance and wisdom, you have often guided colleagues to be mindful of that. And then on many occasions, we even urge members to either rephrase the question to be in line with the orders. So may I pray you that the colleague should be given, with the greatest respect, should be given the opportunity.
With greatest respect to members, the first thing that I told the honorable member is that you are violating Order 88.7. That should prompt the member to ask a question rather than doing a narration. But constantly he has refused to take a cue. That is why I'm moving to the next question, also standing in his name.
He will take a cue. So may we revert to the first
strictly supplementary question.
And then he can ask his supplementary question. No.
So strictly supplementary question.
Yes.
So take a cue.
Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister what steps he's taking to apply for reclassification of Narcotics Control Commission as a security and intelligence agency pending the overhaul of Act 1030. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, because this is embedded in Article 83 of our Constitution, it makes it a bit difficult if you don't get the Constitution amended itself. But what the steps we've taken is I've gone to the National Security Council and I've made a case for Narcotics Control Commission Director General to be allowed to sit in as an observer so that he will participate in the national security meetings as such. And also we've taken steps to ensure that the Regional Security Council, they also sit as official, the same with the District Security Council, pending the amendment to the Act and getting the Constitution rightly amended. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable members, let's move to question numbered 6B. Also standing in the name of Reverend John Ntim Fojo, Member of Parliament for Asinsa. You have the floor.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for the Interior what steps the ministry is taking to procure and install narcotics detection scanners at all critical and required checkpoints at the airports and cargo stations to replace the broken down scanners to ensure effective narcotics control. I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, body and baggage scanners are vital tools in the frontline operations of the Narcotics Control Commission, particularly at the airport, where the concealment of narcotic substances has become increasingly sophisticated. Unfortunately, the current state of the broken down scanner at the key airport and cargo checkpoints significantly hampers effective narcotics detection and undermine national and international security efforts. Past attempts to repair the faulty scanners were unsuccessful due to severe technical challenges and the unavailability of critical components to service and operationalize the broken down machinery. To remedize this, a cost-benefit analysis was conducted by the ministry but determined that procuring new scanner rather than repairing obsolete equipment will be the most efficient and sustainable solution, particularly since new scanners are embedded with more robust technology that will make the detection more efficient. Mr. Speaker, recognizing the urgency of this matter, the ministry has made dedicated budgetary provision under the security sector retooling program to procure advanced body and baggage scanners to enhance the operations of the agency at the airport. These scanners are essential not only for improving the ability of the Narcotics Control Commission to detect and intercept illicit drugs, but also for aligning Ghana's counter-narcotic effort with international best practice in airport security and trade facilitation. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, given the global security implication of narcotics trafficking, the ministry, in collaboration with the Narcotics Control Commission, are actively engaging both local and international partners to mobilize additional donor support to expedite the procurement and deployment of these scanners. This intervention points to the urgency with which the government and Narcotics Control Commission are poised to achieving effective fight against drug trafficking at our airports and therefore demand the immediate replacement of outdated and non-functional scanners with modern detection technology. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Supplementary question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Considering the fact that given the broken down scanners at the ports, narcotic substances could easily transit our ports and posing a significant risk to our collective fight to ensuring zero tolerance to narcotics, when can the ports be installed with effective and running scanners to ensure our ports do not become transit points for narcotics? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I acknowledge the challenges and the concern of honorable colleague, but you know the procurement process has to be followed. But what we are doing in the interim is that we are using these sniffer dogs, and each time we see substance that looks like drug, we try to get it to laboratories to test for its for confirmation or otherwise. So yes, I know that having the scanner at the airport will have been an excellent one, but because of this challenge and having to go through the procurement process, which is delaying, we are currently using sniffer dogs to enhance the tracking and search for possible drugs at the airport. I can assure my colleagues that as soon as funds are available, we'll make sure that we procure it because it is so important, not just for only narcotics cases, but for all other cases like people who are smuggling gold and smuggling other things that are not supposed to be smuggled at the airport. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. We then move to question number 6C, standing in the name of Honorable Emmanuel Kwaku Buam, Puru East. Very well. Yes.
Speaker, the honorable member for Pro East, it's a member of his caucus, and they are presently engaged with the Trade Ministry. So may I seek your leave to ask the member for questioning team to ask the question on his behalf. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know under which rules the majority chief whip is asking your leave for that to be done. Mr. Speaker, you always guide us. And 88.3 is very clear. And with your permission, I read, Mr. Speaker. In the absence of the member and any other member so authorized, may, with the prior permission of the Speaker, ask the question. If the majority chief whip want to ask the question, he should seek your leave and state that he has been authorized to ask the question. But he cannot make that application on behalf of somebody, or he can guide the member to do the application, and that's not the rule.
Mr.
Yes.
Speaker, my brother Habib didn't listen to me carefully. He did not. He did not. The provision that he read is not applicable in this situation because the member did not authorize the member for questioning team to do so. But he did not. He did. Oh, please. He did not. His application to me is to have the question stood down so that he will rush here. But I think that given the nature of the business, I want to seek your leave to get the member for questioning team to ask the question so we can make progress.
Honorable Majority Chief Whip.
Please. So,
Honorable Majority Chief Whip.
yes, Mr. Speaker.
Does the member for questioning team has the authority of the questioner?
Mr. Speaker, oh, please. No, please. Mr. Speaker, I am saying that the member is pleading with me to make an application to you to have the questions stood down. So he will rush from the engagement with the ministry, with his caucus, and be here to have the question asked. But given the nature and the speed at which we are moving, I fear that he may not come to meet the House and meet the minister to ask the question.
Well, I want to.
So my prayer is that.
Honorable Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker,
I would prefer having the questions stood down. If he's not here, by the time we finish with the urgent questions, he must do well to authorize the member to ask the question.
I'm so grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Let's move to question numbered 6D, standing in the name of Honorable Professor Kinsley Nyako, Member of Parliament for Kwadaso. You have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I would like to seek some amendment on the question because what I have in my hand, I've seen some minor changes. So if you allow, then we can do that before I ask the question. So if you come to...
Well, I do not know the nature of the amendment and whether or not the nature of the amendment will change the intendment of the question.
Please, it won't. Typo, sorry? It won't. Some typographical errors. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, so on the third line,
Honorable Member,
Mr. Speaker,
you know the rule is that when you file a question, sometimes the person who is going to admit the question may advise on certain changes So if the amendment that you are seeking to do will not change the intendment of the question, I would advise that you proceed to ask the question as per the order paper.
Thank you very much. So I rise to ask the Minister for the Interior the current state of investigations into the murder of Gideon Owusu Sapon, a mobile money vendor at the former Onion Market at Kwadaso on 20th March 2025, and the measures put in place to ensure the safety of vendors and customers. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the 10th of March 2025, complainant Andy James of house number plot 66, block 14, Oforukrum, Kumasi, called at Kwadaso police station and reported that he could not reach out to Gideon Owusu Sapon, a mobile money vendor, for the past 2 days. That when he visited his residence at Old Soldier Barracks, Kwadaso, he noticed foul smell and swarm of houseflies surrounding the window, so he informed the police. The Speaker, on receipt of the information, police proceeded to the scene and found the body of the deceased, aged about 24 years, lying in a prone position on his bed with multiple wounds on his legs, left shoulder, neck, and face in a pool of blood. The Speaker, his legs and hands were tied with ropes at the back and his mouth covered with sellotape. The crime scene management team, led by Deputy Superintendent of Police, Mr. Francis Nimo, visited the scene of the crime. The scene was processed and fingerprints impressions were lifted. Exhibits such as kitchen knife, cutlass, and face cap were retrieved from the scene. The body was conveyed to the Konfanochi Teaching Hospital morgue for preservation and autopsy. On the 13th of March 2025, postmortem examination was performed on the body of the deceased by a pathologist at Konfanochi Teaching Hospital, Dr. Kobna Owusu Kura, after the body was identified by the uncle of the deceased, Reverend George Opoku, in the presence of police. The cause of death was given as strangulation, B-sharp edge injury in the anterior neck, unnatural. Investigations revealed that the deceased Gideon Owusu Sapon was employed by John Bright Amo as a mobile money vendor at Racecourse, Kumasi, but resident at Old Barracks, Kwadaso. Due to the location of the business, the deceased received large sums of money from customers, especially from onion markets, onion traders traveling to and from Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. He usually closes from work at about 6 p.m. On the 8th of March, Mr. Speaker, 2025, at about 8 p.m., the deceased returned home, and when he entered his room, he was attacked by assailants who had laid ambush for him in the house. He was stabbed multiple times with knife on his legs, left shoulder, neck, and face, after which they tied his legs and hands with a rope and robbed him of his iPhone, other phones, cash sum of 200,000, and mobile money SIM card numbers 059 4226 055 4869150, and 0241 480 with e-cash amounted to over 400,000. The assailant, after the attack, locked the door outside with a padlock. It has also been established that the robbers transferred cash from the deceased's phones to other mobile money vendors which are being traced. On the 21st of March 2025, police intelligence led to the arrest of suspect Charles Kwame Danso, alias Italy, at Ponkrono, Kumasi. During investigation, caution statement was obtained. He admitted to the offense and mentioned suspect Philip Kofi Fojo, alias Left Eye, Samuel Ade Mensah, and Martin Amwa, alias Baba Machu, as his accomplices. Suspect Charles Kwame Danso, alias Italy, led police to arrest suspect Philip Kofi Fojo, alias Left Eye, and Samuel Ade Mensah at Etimetim, Kumasi. They both denied their involvement in the offenses. However, they admitted to being friends to the suspect Charles Kwame Danso and Martin Amwa, alias Baba Machu, who is at large. On the 27th of March 2025, suspect Martin Amwa, alias Baba Machu, was arrested at Mount Tema. In his investigation caution statement, he mentioned suspect Mavis JC as one of the accomplices. On 3rd April 2025, suspect Mavis JC was also arrested at Ponkrono, Kumasi. However, she denied her involvement. Suspects Charles Kwame Danso, aka Italy, Philip Kofi Fojo, aka Left Eye, Samuel Ade, Martin Amwa, aka Baba Macho, and Mavis JC were arraigned before Asukwa Magistrate Court, presided over by Her Lordship Mrs. Ifwa Densi Asare Echere. Charges and facts read, plea not taken. Suspects were remanded into prison custody to reappear on 16 July 2025. Meanwhile, on 17 June 2025, the duplicate case docket has been sent to the Attorney General's Office, Kumasi, for study and advice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any supplementary?
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honorable Minister and the Interior Ministry and the Police Service for a very good job done. But I'm pleading with them to expedite the process for justice to be done in favor of your departed brother who lives in the constituency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much. We then move to question numbered E. Standing in the name of Daniel Nana Ado Kenneth, Member of Parliament for Okre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads.
Honourable Member, hold it. Honourable members, in the circumstances, let's vary the order of questions so that we can take the normal questions for the minister responsible for Interior. We can discharge him. Then we come back to the rest of the urgent questions standing in the name of other ministers. Honourable members, is that agreeable to the House?
Speaker, that is so. We are in agreement.
Very well.
That we vary.
The application is to vary the order of questions so that we take normal questions standing in the name of the minister responsible for Interior. Then we can have the minister responsible for Interior discharged. Then we bring in another minister who will also answer urgent questions and proceed to answer normal questions.
Mr. Speaker, as much as we might not have the difficulty in it, but the majority front bench should learn how to engage at in some of these things. If we are engaged, we won't have any difficulty in doing so. But because if you want to vary the order of business to go to questions rather than continue with agent questions, learn to engage us so that we agree and then we can have this thing flowing. But for you to just do it as if you can just say it and
your
it is
point
okay.
is well noted, except that is a suggestion emanating from the chair. That is why I am asking whether we are in agreement with it.
So, Mr. Speaker, we have no difficulty because, the minister responsible for interior is a former leader. We have no problem. We have that respect for him. But the front bench, the majority chief whip, should learn how to engage us.
So, honourable members, with this, yes, Chief Whip?
Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity that the application didn't come, in fact, the request didn't come from the majority front bench. So we are adding them that the business
Very well,
to
very
take
well.
on question.
Honorable Daniel Nana Addo Kenneth, we'll come back to an urgent question where you have your turn to pose the question to the road minister. So, honorable members, let's move to question numbered 148, item numbered 7. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, question number 148. I have the authority of the member to stand down the question.
Very well. Question numbered 169. Standing in the name of Honorable Frank Asedu Bakwin. Suhum.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Interior the state of the interception of an alleged massive haul of counterfeit US dollars, Ghanaian cedi notes, and suspected gold bars hidden in a 20-feet containers at a warehouse in Sapema on the 9th of March 2025.
Yes, Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in March 2025, security operatives acting on intelligence report successfully intercepted suspected counterfeit US dollars and fraudulent gold bars stored in a shipping container located at Sepeman area. Mr. Speaker, following established security protocols, the exhibits were securely protected. Later, in the interest of accountability, the media, an important partner in this effort, was invited to cover the story for reporting purposes. The National Security is also collaborating with the United States Embassy to confirm the authenticity of the suspected counterfeit currencies. At the same time, there is a collaboration with the Bank of Ghana and the Ghana Gold Board to confirm the authenticity of the intercepted gold bar and Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, it is worth mentioning that the operation was initiated following days of monitoring and tracking the modus operandi of the suspects. However, on the day the swoop was taken, the prime suspect had escaped before the security personnel arrived at the scene. However, investigations is ongoing to identify the suspect and their agent and the extent of the operation. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Any supplementary?
Can the minister name these suspects?
Can you name the suspects?
Mr. Speaker, as you may know, because of the nature of the operation, at this stage it is not possible to name the suspect because we are still trying to apprehend all those involved. But what I can tell you is that the lead person is not even a Ghanaian. But we believe that he has collaborators who are Ghanaians that are facilitating this kind of operation. So if you notice, I'm sure you may have some information. Where we find the containers, we've still left it in the same compound. We've only provided security men and women guarding to make sure that we ourselves don't even tamper with the content of the container. So you can be rest assured, once the investigation and the operations is over and we are able to apprehend all those involved, we'll put their names, definitely they will be before court and their names will be known. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, let's move to question number 171. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Minister, in your answer, you did say that you were collaborating, the National Security was collaborating with the U.S. Embassy to authenticate the currency, that's the U.S. dollars. I'm wondering, why would you want to collaborate with the U.S. Embassy to authenticate the dollars? Whilst we have counterfeit machines in all the banks, the Bank of Ghana also do have a counterfeit machine. Even Abochi, using his fingertips, can tell you that this is fake or this is genuine. Why would you want to waste time since March to hear from the U.S. Embassy before you continue? Thank you.
Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Well, let me say here and now, and emphatically, in fact, they wrote to us wanting to be part of it, because it was US dollars. They wanted to be sure the routes and how these guys get to even do what they were doing. So they wrote to us wanting to be part of the operation. That's why I told you that when it came to the issue of the counterfeiting, our reliance was on the Bank of Ghana and the gold board for the gold. But they invited themselves in by writing to us that once the US dollar is mentioned, they want to be part of it. And as you may know, because I know you're a former ambassador, when it comes to the US dollar, the US don't joke with that currency. Anywhere in this world where the currency could be affected, they want to be there and they want to protect their currency. And that's why they came in, but not because we have doubt and we believe that they were the only people who could authenticate it. No. In fact, they wrote and wanted to be part of it because they want to be part of the investigation so that if there's a syndicate that is related to their citizens, they'll be able to break the syndicate. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Question number 171. Standing in the name of Honorable Frank Asedu Bakwin, Member of Parliament for Suhun.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Interior to provide an update on arrests made on 4th of March 2025 on the Cape Coast to Takoradi Highway in respect of some substances alleged to be illicit drugs.
Yes. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in March 2025, state security agencies conducted intelligence-led operations across central and western regions, resulting in the interception of substances suspected to be cocaine, weighing 3,313 kilograms, and the arrest of some individuals. Following comprehensive investigation and laboratory testing that confirmed the substance as cocaine, 2 suspects were arraigned before court and subsequently granted bail. Scientists from the Ghana Standard Authority were subsequently invited to conduct additional testing on the substances, after which the court issued an order for the destruction of the seized substance. The destruction was subsequently carried out on 20th of June 2025 at Bundazi in the Greater Accra region. It must be mentioned that apart from the, Mr. Speaker, it has to be mentioned that apart from the driver and his assailant, 4 other individuals were subsequently arrested and granted bail. 2 prime suspects are, however, at large. Efforts are ongoing to arrest them. The next court hearing of the matter is scheduled to take place on 24th of July 2025. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any supplementary?
Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate from the Minister
who are these suspects and are they politically exposed?
Well, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like I rightly said, 2 persons that we suspect are the lead persons are at large. And it is the reason why you don't put the names. Anyone who has worked within the security area will tell you, once you've not finished apprehending all the suspects, you don't put out names, because the moment you put out names, you are giving others the opportunity to escape. But like I said, those that we have arrested have been put before court, they got a bail, and the next court hearing is on the 24th of July. And maybe, I know you may want to say that who and who have been put before the court. That's a public record, and I necessarily don't need to come and mention. If you are truly interested, they are listed. But you are asking, are they politically, exposed? What I know for certain is that none of them is a member of parliament or a minister or a former MP or a relation of any MP or a former, a minister or MP. But when you say, are they exposed, you may not be able to tell until you finish the investigation and you get those that have absconded. Then you may try to say that, are they linked to any person or that person? But for now, all those that we have in hand, I can assure you that none is a member of parliament or a former MP or a minister or a former minister or a known party activist. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Dr. Kabiru.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to find out from the minister, why is it that a suspect wanted by the police for investigation cannot be presented to the public to aid in the arrest of such a person? Thank you very much.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to repeat once again. Once you have not concluded investigation, when you provide names, you are providing leads. When you are done with investigation, you even publish them as wanted, because now you are done, and you are certain that this is the complete syndicate or those that you are looking for. You then even advertise that these are wanted individuals. You can use Interpol, which our country is a member, to even track them if you know where they are. But at the time that some of them are at large, putting out names is not useful. You jeopardize the investigation. But once it's done, they are sometimes even put as wanted list, on the wanted list, and on the Interpol list for tracking and possible arrest wherever they find themselves in the world. But we are not done with the investigations. And we always want to believe that these are not just mere persons who just do this. Sometimes the connivance are with people even very close to the enforcement agencies. That is why you don't provide the names when you are not done with the investigation. Other than that, you will see sometimes in the media, you see police saying somebody is wanted for this crime and that crime. It is because then they are finished and they are certain that this is the closed circuit. But when you are not done with that, you don't put out the names, because when you do that, you are compromising your operations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Nyindam, you have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, according to the Minister, the investigations and prosecutions are still ongoing. And per the answer, 24th of this month, the case will be heard again. By reading the answers he provided, he said those substances have been destroyed. According to the minister's answer, after testing, they have destroyed the substances. So I don't know how that can be done, or I want to find out from him. So what evidence are they now going to use to prosecute? Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me encourage my colleagues to sometimes learn these rules of how they destroy this thing. On our own, we can never take the drugs and go and destroy it. We have to secure a court order. So when you arrest, it's been tested, you do a second test like as indicated, it's confirmed. You now notify the court that, yes, this has been confirmed. So if, for example, you are looking for Honorable Nindam over 8, it's confirmed that it's cocaine. So the issue about 8 is no longer an issue. It's when you are investigating, you are not certain whether it is or not. That's where you keep it. But once you confirm, because remember, storage is a problem, because you don't want to keep it. We've had a situation in this country where drugs that have been stored got lost. So the moment you confirm that it is substance, you go to court and get authorization so that you destroy it, because it's no longer an issue in the investigation. Yes, so in this instance, that's it. It's been confirmed by the court, and we already have about 6 people in hand. So the court gave us authorization to destroy it, and we did that, I think, on the 20th of June. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Yes. This may be the last supplementary question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Right, Honorable Minister, I think the question that Honorable Nindam was asking for is the evidence of the destruction. Is it possible that you can provide evidence of the destruction or the people that witnessed that destruction? I think that is what you wanted to find out.
Honorable Member, we all heard the question posed by Nindam very clear. His view was that once the people are not tried, some are at large, why should you destroy the evidence? And the minister has answered that question to the effect that it has been tested and certificated, and the court order was to destroy it. We lived in a country where exhibits were lost, so they don't want to keep this exhibit for long. So I think the question has been answered by Honorable Nindam. Please, Honorable
Speaker,
Minority Whip, you have the floor.
Let me attempt not to stand in breach of Order 88.7. It's quite interesting, the revelations given by the minister. Is it the case that the order from the court was based on application from the ministry, and there is evidence of the court order that prescribed the destruction of, in this context, you can call it cocaine, because you have confirmed that the substance was confirmed as cocaine. Are you able to give us these further details?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, it was done publicly. In fact, it was even announced that on this day, this time, and the media covered it. I want to believe that if you Google now the destruction that was done on 20, you should find it, because it was something that was done publicly. But usually this one normal happens. You have a number of substances, some of them Indian hemp, others, you keep saving. Now, when you secure court order to destroy them, you put them together. So for example, you go, you've confirmed everything, and the court order has been given for destruction. You announce to the public, you carry the media, and most of the time when we are doing this, our international partners are interested, and they also come to observe and to ensure that truly it's destroyed and destroyed properly. So I want to believe that if you Google, you even find evidence of the video. But if it is the will of the House, why not? I can provide some of the videos for you. I'm sure the Director General is behind me. He may even be interested in WhatsApping some of the video that maybe I'll be able to WhatsApp to the minority leadership immediately. Thank you very much.
Yes. Can we end the supplementary with Honorable Nindam based on our agreement?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to find out from the minister, if it will please him, to if you can make available a copy of the court order for the destruction of the said substance to us, so that we can.
Honorable member, the law that this House passed. Honorable member, the law that this House passed stipulates how these exhibits are supposed to be destroyed. Honorable Minister, they want you to produce the order.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure the leadership and the table office I'm going to WhatsApp the court order to them immediately. I'm saying that I've just asked that they should scan and send it to me so that I'll send it so that I don't even need to go out and later bring it so that I can WhatsApp it. So when I WhatsApp it to the table office, they will print and make copies for you.
Honourable members, let's move. Do you have a supplementary question?
Speaker, I'm wondering, they want the Honourable Minister to lay his phone because he needs to get the order for them, so he won't do that. And the ashes.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to find out from the Minister whether next time when they are burning it, he would like to invite some of the members on this side so that they can inhale the smoke.
Honorable Majority Leader, your question is not emanating from the answer nor the question posed. Yes?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On a more serious note, I have been wondering, here is a case where we've had an incident where an exhibit got lost. Would it be wrong for the minister to prescribe a much safer way of keeping this exhibit? I think we should be looking at that because the distraction is raising all kinds of doubt and reasons. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure my colleague that the law has made adequate provision as to how we keep them. But each time we have them, and for example, we have insisted that let's not keep this exhibit for long for the possibility of individuals ever thinking of tampering with them. Because you see, we have exhibits room where each day when there's activities, you open and then you keep for safekeeping. Now, if you keep so many of them there and it is tampered with, it becomes a problem. Yes, there are cameras, there are all the things. If you have to open the safe, all the protocols are there. But remember, we are dealing with human beings. So our practice is that don't let it stay for long. Take the necessary steps, go to court, get the court order, and then it gets escorted in the public, in the glaring eye of the public. You invite the media, invite the international partners. There's a UN organization that's interested in what we call drugs and crime. They will come and observe, the UNDP, a lot of the others, Interpol. You invite all of them to come and see what the court order is and the substances in individual. It is checked. So, for example, this one that we said 3,313 kilo, it will be checked that truly that's the 3,313 kilo. All of them will be checked before the distraction. So there's a law governing how it is done. So I can assure you that it is not done in the night. It is not done in secret. It is not done in a back room somewhere. It is done in an open where everyone who wishes to be there is there. And like the majority that suggested, maybe the next time we are going to do distraction, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, we could invite some members of parliament to come and observe the process so that they can appreciate what it takes through to distraction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Question number 171. Standing in the name of Honorable Frank Asedu Bequin. Honourable
Mr.
Member, you
Speaker,
have the floor.
Mr. Speaker,
One-
please,
172.
172.
172, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Interior the current status of the implementation of the national security strategy outlined by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo in 2020.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in June 2021, Ghana launched its National Security Strategy 2020 under the theme A Secured and Prosperous Ghana with Regional, Continental, and Global Reach and Influence. Despite being designated as a 2020 document, it was officially unveiled in 2021 to serve as a guiding framework for Ghana's security agencies and their operations. The strategy included provisions for anesthesia requiring various stakeholder agencies to develop complementary mini-strategy aligned with the overreaching document. The prescribed timeline for this development ranged from March 2021 to June 2021. The Speaker, however, at the time of the strategy's launch, the deadline for most agencies to prepare their mini-strategies had already passed. The strategy mandates the establishment of a review committee to evaluate and update the document every 4 years, indicating that the first comprehensive review was due in 2024. Mr. Speaker, given the evolving global, regional, sub-regional, and national security landscape, a comprehensive review is essential to ensure effective implementation and monitoring of Ghana's security objectives. In response to this need, the national security framework remains relevant, response, and aligned with contemporary security. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further question?
Yes, I'd like to appreciate from the Minister if the ministry will consider implementing the strategy and reviewing it as time goes on.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I can assure my colleague it is the guiding principle now, and we've been using it to guide most of our operations. Yes, like I started said, looking at the season of time, we need to come up with a review, and we are in the process of doing that. But we are currently using the strategy to implement most of the things that we are embarking on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, let's move back to question number 148. Standing in the name of Ms. Shirley Che, Ekwima Mobiaja. Yes.
Because the Honourable Habib made an earlier application to stand down that particular question. So
Yes.
with your leave,
So the earlier ruling that I have given is that if at the time we are finishing with the minister, the member who posed the question is not in, then we'll take the appropriate decision.
with respect, that earlier directives was in respect of the Honourable.
Yes,
for
it is
who
applicable for this one. And because we are now on normal question before we move to urgent question, that is why I am calling on the question.
Okay, Speaker, then our response is that we are making, with your leave, we want that question stood down. 148 stood down.
Yes, that is why I'm saying that the question can only be stood down so long as we have other questions for the minister. But as we speak right now, apart from question number 148 and urgent question number C, we have no further question for the minister. And these are the two questions stood down. So should we take a decision on the two?
Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
My indications are that 148 will be withdrawn. Then the 6C,
yes,
which was stood down in the name of Honorable Buam. Honorable Buam is here. So we may have to go back to agent so he can ask this question.
Very
so
well.
The Honorable Minister
so
can
question numbered 148 is hereby withdrawn.
It's accordingly withdrawn, Mr. Speaker. I
Very
thank
well.
you for the opportunity.
Question number 6C. Honorable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would want to ask the Minister for Interior the concrete steps the ministry is taking to curb armed robbery, attacks, and violent attacks on the Edrayeji stretch.
Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to state that the Asante Regional North is one of the newly created regions, which was commissioned on the 18th of July 2023. Below are the activities undertaken with some challenges faced. Edra, Yeji, and Sechidumasi Nkranza stretch. The Speaker, currently, Edra Command operates one snap checkpoint at Kesey, a barrier at Kasey, a barrier at Droma Kuma, with one FPU patrol team between Kasey and Droma Kuma on the Idra Yeji stretch. The command also plans to set up additional snap checks points at Idra Nkwanta, Kurunti Hini Junction, and Prison Junction to be supported by a patrol team in the Idra Yeji stretch of the route. We have also deployed 50 police officers well trained on highway robbery on the Yeji Atibobo stretch and provided an additional pickup vehicle to support their operations. Mr. Speaker, the challenges that we have are additional manpower and vehicles that are needed on the Idra Yeji stretch and Idra Nkuranza stretch. Additional snap checks are also needed, and 2 patrol teams are also being considered at Ebuem and Bayere Nkwanta on the Idra Nkuranza route, and another for Sechidumasi Nkuranza and Sechidumasi and Yinasu Buama route. The Speaker, Mompong Idra stretch. Mompong District operates 2 snap checks points at Santaso Bridge, Thick Forest, and a barrier at Buantem with form
led by Ade Prisla, headmistress. They are from Abuakwa South, the number 62. Headmistress. They are from Abuakwa South, the number 62. We also have Chief Opraso Senior High School, led by David Tepper, teacher. They are from Chifo Etimonkwa, 105 in number. And we also have Akenten Apia, Minka University of Skills, Training and Entrepreneurial Development, led by Silvanos Fifi Brookman Kofi, patron. They are from Kwadaso. Is a member of Parliament for Kwadaso here? They are 68 in numbers. May you have a fruitful visit to Parliament of Ghana. Thank you for coming. Yes, any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honorable Minister for the response to the question. But I stand here with a heavy heart and trying to wish a businessman who lost his life just this Sunday after coming for...
Honorable member, respect the rules.
Normal business.
Honorable member, respect the rules. You either ask a supplementary question or you humbly resume your seat. Honorable members, we owe fidelity to the rules. So if you don't have any supplementary question, kindly resume your seat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For now, no supplementary question.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, may I thank the Minister for attending upon the House and answering questions. Honorable Minister, you are hereby discharged. We move to urgent question numbered D. Minister for Roads and Highways, may you kindly take your designated seat. Honourable members, question 6C, standing in the name of Mr. Daniel Nana Ado Kenneth, Member of Parliament for Okre. You now have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways the urgent safety measures being implemented to reduce the rampant occurrence of accidents on the Edukrom Asisieso Akwini to Trom Junction Road and Edukrom Nkurakan Road, particularly the Edukrom Bepoase Asinima Okrakojo Junction and Kobo Kobo Onyambeche Aboma Junction section. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Nkurankan to Edukrom to Trom Junction Road, R42, is a vital regional road in the Eastern region, connecting several towns and serving as a link between major transportation routes. It is part of road network which support north-south movement across the Volta and Eastern regions. Current program. The project was awarded under the contract titled Reconstruction of Nkurankan, Edukrom, and then Edukrom to Trom Junction Road. The project commenced on the 23rd of December 2020 for completion by 18th of July 2024. The project is substantially completed and is in defect liability period. Stage 5 of the road safety audit post-opening stage is being carried out to monitor and evaluate the road's performance against the features that have been implemented. This includes conducting accident investigation analysis to identify blind spots and propose further safety measures to reduce accidents.
Any supplementary?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the Minister indicates that evaluation is being done. I would like to ask the Minister, in the interim, what key measures can he put in place? Because within this first quarter alone, we've had about 66 casualties and 15 deaths on that road. And knowing how hilly the place is, with very sharp curves, can the Minister propose some immediate step-guard measures while this safety evaluations is being done? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with my colleague. Though the irony is that, Mr. Speaker, this road was previously in a very bad state. It has been done to a very high level of quality. Sadly, the road looks very, very good, and unfortunately, motorists are unable to control themselves in terms of adhering to the speed limits. So we are working with the MTTD to make sure that the speed limits that apply to this road are fully implemented, while the ministry takes time to implement further speed control measures on the road to make sure we limit the carnage on the road. I agree with him, and that we ought to speed up the interventions that will make sure that the accidents reduce. But I will work with him. The difficulty is that we complain when the roads are in bad state, and then when they are done to the standards we want, then it becomes another danger. So I think it is purely the issue of motorists adhering to the speed limits that have been applied or is prescribed for these kinds of roads. I mean, basically going to build several speed ramps on the road just reduces the effect we want people to have on the road. That is to travel within reasonable time. So we'll continue to work with the MTTD and also implement the rest of the safety features on the road. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Question number 6F, standing in the name of Honorable Emmanuel Kweku Buem, Pro East. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I want to...
Well, that is for transport.
Yes.
So, honourable members, let's vary the order of questions and take the rest of the questions for the roads minister, as we did in the case of the minister responsible for interior, so that we can discharge him for the minister responsible for transport to take his turn. Yes?
Speaker, I think we can proceed.
Very well. So, question numbered 181. 187. Mr. Honorable Mumuni Mohammed Nuruddin, Narelugu Gambaga.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the construction of the following roads in Naleru Gamba constituency will be completed. Naleru Sakugu, Bumpurgu Nakpanduri roads.
Honorable member, the question on the order paper, you have not fully asked the question. May you do so.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the construction of the Nalerugu Sakogu Nakpanduri Bumpurgu roads awarded by the previous government, that is the Nanado Bawumia-led administration, will be completed. Thank you very much.
Honorable member, take a cue. You are to read the question. You don't add, you don't subtract. So, from your question, tell me where Nanado Bawumia is mentioned.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. If I say the previous government alone, and I don't add Nanado Bawumia, the previous government can
Why
mean
didn't
the
you add
government.
Nanado Bawumia to the question at the time you are filing it? Honorable member, we are applying rules. You can forfeit the right to ask the question.
Mr. Speaker, I take the question again. I ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the construction of Nalerugu Nakpanduri Bumpurgu road awarded by the previous government will be completed. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Narlegu Sakogu Nakpanduri Bumpurungu Road. Background: this road is a section of IR11 highway that runs through the Northeast and Upper East regions. It is located within the Gambaga municipality and Bukurugu district in the Northeast region. The length of 68 kilometers. Current program: the phase 1, upgrading of Narilugu Nakpanduri Road, 25.8 kilometers. The B, lot 2, resealing of Nakpanduri Bended Road, kilometers 0 to 27. And then the third one, upgrading of Bendi Bumpurugu Road,
kilometer 15 to 0.2. A, upgrading of Nalegu-Nakpanduri Road. The contract commenced on the 29th of November, just a few days before the election, for completion by 28th of November 2026. Progress of work is estimated at 17%. The contractor is on site and works are progressing currently. B, the resealing of Nakpanduri-Bende Road. The contract commenced on the 12th of December 2024, after the election, for completion on the 11th of December 2026. The contractor is yet to mobilize to site. 3, upgrading of Bende-Bunkurugu Road. The contract commenced on the 12th of December, once again after the election, 2024, for completion by 11th December 2026. Progress of work is estimated at 19% physical completion. The contractor is on site and works are ongoing, Mr. Speaker.
Any supplementary question?
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Honourable Minister, if you look at this particular route, it starts at Nalergo, a popular point called Nyang Kulga. And currently, the bridge at Nyang Kulga is using a temporary steel bridge. I want to find out, is construction of permanent bridge of Nyang Kulga part of the project?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the question was clear to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the Narlegu-Sakkogu-Nakpanduri-Bunkurugu Road awarded by the previous government will be completed. You are now talking about a specific scope within or without the project. I am unaware of a temporary bridge that needed to be replaced. If the question were to tell you about the scope of works, I would have confirmed whether that particular bridge is part of the project or not. So I'm unable to comment on whether the temporary bridge will be replaced or not. But I can only assume that since it's the bridge is on that stretch, it would have been worked on as part of this project.
Honourable members, for the purposes of all of us taking a cue, Order 88.2 states that the member called shall rise and ask the question that stands in the name of the member on the order paper. That is why you must read the question on the order paper. You don't have a right to choose to leave part of the question or now introduce other issues into the question. So we should be guided accordingly. 2, for supplementary question, 89 concluded by saying that supplementary questions shall not introduce a matter not included in the original question. So, honourable member, be guided by these 2 rules accordingly. Let's move to question number 204, standing in the name of Honourable Robert Wisdom Kujo, Member of Parliament for Prestia, Huni Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways the status of the Bogosu issue siding Huni Valley Road.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Bogosu-Nsu siding Huni Valley Road, 26 kilometers, is in the Prestia Huni Valley municipality of the Western region. The road forms part of regional route R121, current program. This road has been awarded on contract under the title Upgrading of Bogosu-Nsu siding, Huni Valley Road. Lot 4. Works commenced on the 19th of March 2020 for completion by 19th of September 2022. Huni Valley Road, the Huni Valley Town Road was packaged as variation order under the upgrading of Bogosu Nsu Siding, Huni Valley Road, Lot 4. Physical progress of work is estimated at 37.6%. The contractor is currently not at site due to delayed payment for works done. Steps are being taken to get the contractor back to site to complete the outstanding works.
Any supplementary?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I be privileged to some of the steps taken because this project has been abandoned for almost 3 years now.
Yes. Let's move to question numbered. Yes. Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, the minister before this House tells us that steps are being taken to ensure that the contractor gets back to site. That is a very major road. He also says that it's as a result of some non-payment. May I know from him whether that road is part of the priority for payment in respect of what has been released?
Well, this should be a very fresh question. And Honorable Minority Leader, let me also remind you that at conclave, it was agreed that we will not take supplementary questions on constituency-specific questions. So let's proceed to question number 205.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, that is correct. But Mr. Speaker, this House will rely on public records. And it is not only us, but the interest of the public. If we have the minister sharing with us a critical information to the effect that steps are being taken, and also makes a disclosure that the delay is as a result of non-payment, I believe that it necessarily follows that the members of the public, especially users of that stretch of the road, a lot of trucks use that stretch of the road. I've been in that area before, and I know the traffic levels. I only want to know from the minister whether, as part of the steps, he is prioritizing the payment. He was very
Honorable
general. But if you don't
Leader,
want him to answer, that's
Honorable
okay.
Minority Leader, the question is on the status. You are talking about steps. By the rules, this question is overruled. Question number 205. Standing in the name of Honorable Elvis Osei Mensah Dapa, Ahafo South West. You have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I rise under Order 883 and with the authorization of Honorable Elvis Osei Mensah Dapa, with your permission, I'll proceed to...
Please ask the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To arise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways the update on the re-awarding the bitumen surfacing of Mpasaso number 2 to Asioko feeder roads, as there was a recommendation to terminate the contract in 2023. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mpasaso number 2 to Asioko Road, background. This road is a feeder road, and sections of this road are captured in the Department of Feeder Road database as we also to one Samie feeder road, 40.86 kilometers. The road section from Wioso to Mpasaso number 1, which is 19.5 kilometers long, is paved and in fair surface condition. Whereas the section from Mpasaso number 1 to Mpasaso number 2, Asioko, Wasa Mere, is partially engineered and in poor surface condition. It is located in the Ahafo and North South West District of the Ashanti region. The road was divided into two, phase one and awarded under two separate contracts as follows. Bitumen surfacing of Mpasaso number 2 to Asuoko Feeder Road, and then bituminous surfacing of Mpasaso number 2 to Asuoko Feeder Road, another 7.4 to 23.5. The above roads A and B were awarded under the contracts titled Bituminous Surfacing of Mpasaso number 2, Asuoko Feeder Road, and then bituminous surfacing of same under phase 2. The contracts commenced on the 6th of October 2020 for completion by 5th of October 2021. The contractors failed to commence work on site, resulting in no physical works done. The contracts were terminated on 6th of May 2024. Current program, there's no program on this road. Engineering design, future program, engineering design studies have been carried out on the entire 40.86 kilometers of the road for consideration under the 2026 budget upon availability of funds.
Any supplementary?
No supplementary, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Question number 208, standing in the name of Honorable Robert Wisdom Kujo, Member of Parliament for Prestia, Huni Valley. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways measures being implemented to improve the Prestia and Huni Valley Township roads.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Prestia and Huni Valley are towns within the Prestia-Huni Valley municipality in the western region, with Bogoso as its capital. Kilometer 10.15 of the roads of this road is within the municipality were upgraded to bituminous surfacing under a Sino-Hydro Master Program. Substantial completion of these roads were in June 2022, with defect notification period ending in June 2023. Current program, the Department of Urban Road shall continue to undertake routine and periodic maintenance activities of both the paved and unpaved roads within the municipality. Future program, engineering studies of the road network will be undertaken to identify roads that need upgrading, rehabilitation, or reconstruction by the end of the fourth quarter of 2025. Project implementation shall, however, be dependent on the availability of funds.
Yes, Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this information, this bituminous surfacing program was undertaken only in Prestia, part of Prestia, but for Huni Valley Township, the contractor just dug some gutters and left the project. So
Honourable Member, question. Question number 206, standing in the name of Honourable Dr. Albert Tenyako, Member of Parliament for Yilo Krobo.
Right, Honourable Speaker. I wish to withdraw the question.
Much. Question accordingly withdrawn. Question number 207, standing in the name of Honorable Dr. Albert Nyakote, Member of Parliament for Yilo Krobo. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to withdraw this question as well.
Question number 207 accordingly withdrawn. Then question number 209, standing in the name of Honorable Elvis Jose Mensah Dapa, Member of Parliament for Ahafoano Southwest constituency. Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I come under the same order, and I have the authorization of the member to ask the question on his behalf.
Please, go ahead.
Thank you. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways the progress on the upgrade to bitumen surfacing of the Yosu to Wansamire feeder roads stretch, which was awarded to contractors in 2018. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Ampaso number 2. This is question number 208, 209.
Yes, 209.
Okay.
208.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
209.
Yes. The Ampaso number 2, Asoko Road, forms part of the Wioso Wansamire Road. The road section from Wioso to Ampasaso number 1, which is a 19.5 kilometer long road, is paved in fair surface condition, whereas the section from Ampasaso number 1 to number 2 and then leading to Asoko Wansamire is partially engineered and in poor surface condition. It is located in the Ahafwano South West District of the Ashanti region. A section of the road from Wioso to Wansamire was captured under the contract title Bituminous Surfacing of Ampasaso number 2 to Asoko Feeder Road. The road was awarded under the contract resurfacing of Ampasaso number 2 to Asoko Feeder Road. That is phase 2. The contract commenced on the 6th of October 2020 for completion by 5th of October 2021. The contractor failed to commence works on site, resulting in no physical progress. The contract was terminated on 6th of May 2024. Engineering design studies have been carried out on the entire 40.86 kilometers of road for consideration under the 2026 budget upon the availability of funds.
Any supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Can the Honorable Minister give assurance to prioritize this road in the 2026 budget as indicated?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we prioritize every road, in public road in the country, and we shall consider this in the next budget based on availability of funds.
Honourable members, may I, on behalf of the House, thank the Honourable Minister responsible for roads and highways for attending upon the House to respond to the questions. Honourable Minister, you are hereby discharged. Honourable members, let's move to urgent questions scheduled for Minister responsible for transport, who is here to respond to those questions. Honourable Minister, kindly take your seat. Question number 6F, standing in the name of Honorable Emmanuel Kwakuboem, Pro East. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to seek your indulgence to withdraw this question. Thank you.
Question number 6F, accordingly withdrawn. Question number 6G, standing in the name of Mr. John Dako, Member of Parliament for Swami. Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Transport to update the House on the renovation of the Kotoka International Airport Terminal 2, the purpose of the renovation, the cost, and the source of funding for the renovation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in recent times, Terminal 3 at Kotoka International Airport has witnessed increasing passenger volumes and congestion during peak hours. To address this, Ghana Airport Company Limited has developed a plan to convert Terminal 2 into a dual-purpose facility that can support Terminal 3 during peak times. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of the repurposing is one, to maximize the use of Terminal 2, thereby reducing reliance on Terminal 3 and enhancing airport capacity. 2, to position Terminal 2 to handle increasing domestic and international passenger volumes. 3, a dual-purpose Terminal 2 will also provide an alternative passenger facilitating, ensuring seamless operations during peak travel periods or emergencies that may affect Terminal 3. Mr. Speaker, the project is fully funded by Ghana Airport Company Limited through its internally generated funds under the capital expenditure budget to a total cost of $9,493,150 United States dollars. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any supplementary question?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, on this, no supplementary question.
Thank you. We now move to question number 6H, also standing in the name of Honorable John Dako, Member of Parliament for Swami. Honorable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Transport whether the ministry is aware of the breakdown of the parking cashiers or the pay station at the Kotoka International Airport and what the ministry is doing to fix it. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the ministry is informed of the issue and steps are being taken by Ghana Airport Company Limited to resolve it. This will include the replacement of old equipment and the introduction of digital payment options, such as POX and mobile payment platforms. Mr. Speaker, currently, a new equipment has been installed at some major car parks at the Kotoka International Airport and at testing phases. Mr. Speaker, this will run until 31st July 2025. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Member, any supplementary question?
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker. So, Mr. Minister, so in the meantime, what is the ministry doing to ease the burden of travelers who have had to spend several minutes queuing to pay before they can leave the parking lot?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the ministry through the Ghana Airport Company Limited is increasing the number of cashiers at the parks. We have also increased the number of the POS from 3 to 6, and again, we are increasing the number of payment platforms from 3 to 6 too. We believe that this will help reduce the congestion and the traffic during peak hours. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, we then move to item number 7 to take question number 89. Standing in the name of Honourable Kojo Opon Nkrumah, Ofuasi IRB, Member of Parliament.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Transport the timelines for promoting the installation of solar systems in public buildings to be used for charging vehicles in accordance with Section 5142 of the Electronic Vehicle Policy of Ghana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the National Electronic Vehicle Policy outlines institutional arrangements for implementation, assigning the lead responsibility for promoting the installation of solar systems in public buildings to the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition, as well as the Ministry of Works and Housing and Water Resources. Mr. Speaker, the policy adopts a phased implementation approach. And according to the implementation roadmap, we have from 2024 to 2026 to promote the installation of solar systems in public buildings for charging electronic vehicles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any supplementary?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in his answer, he says they have between 2024 and 2026. I want to find out from him whether in practice it has actually started as at now, and if while at that they are offering any incentives to the operators of public buildings. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I stated in my response, the lead role is within the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition. But there's a collaboration between the Ministry of Transport and the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition, and some of the installations are being put in place by now. Even some will be commissioned soon. The other incentive is to let the people be aware of the advantages of using EV vehicles because they are cheaper to operate and they are good for general public transportation. So that is the campaign we are doing in the regions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We then take question number 90. Also standing in the name of Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah.
Mr. Speaker, thank you once again. I want to find out from the Minister the timelines for reviewing existing relevant laws to accommodate the electric vehicle ecosystem in Ghana, and which laws specifically are being affected by this. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as outlined in the implementation roadmap of the policy, we have from 2024 to 2026 to review the current laws to support the electronic vehicle ecosystem. Mr. Speaker, some laws have already been reviewed, including the Value Added Tax Act 2013, Act 870, as amended, Act 2023, Act 1170, which introduced an exemption from VAT on the importation of electronic vehicles for public transportation. Mr. Speaker, we are also reviewing the road traffic regulations 2012 LI 2180 to accommodate the electronic vehicle ecosystem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any supplementary?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Minister what he intends to do about the lopsided implementation of the VAT amendment. As of now, the implementation is only affecting large occupancy commercial vehicles, and the low occupancy commercial vehicles are excluded. What does the Minister intend to do to ensure that there's equity in the application?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to taxes and their review and implementations, the lead ministry is the Ministry of Finance. Like I earlier on stated, we are in collaboration with them, and we are having time between now to 2026, and it is my belief that we'll continue to collaborate and roll out the policy roadmap. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, bear with me. I have expertise in this area. So the first question, I had tried to catch your attention.
Very well.
To ask a follow-up question. Now, if I may follow up, in the broader context of decarbonization, which is relevant in EV vehicle usage, apart from the possible actions you have enumerated, the amendment to existing laws, are you considering working closely with the Minister of Finance to ensure that import duties on such vehicles are reduced to the barest minimum so that we can reduce these encumbrances in terms of how people try to import these vehicles we consider as the order of the day, which helps in the...
You're talking about the import duties imposed by law?
Yes. Yes, Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, indicated that some exemptions are being enjoyed from the VAT, value added tax. And I stated that the lead ministry is the Ministry of Finance because it has to do with a lot of expenditure that will be considered. We have a roadmap to 2026, and I gave the assurance that we will continue to collaborate with the Ministry of Finance for us to ensure that we roll out all the policies that are stated in the National Electronic Vehicle Policy Framework. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, let's move to question numbered 91. Also standing in the name of Honourable Kojo Opon Nkrumah.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I want to ask the Minister for Transport the timelines for the program of the government to provide monetary and non-monetary incentives to facilitate the penetration of EVs into Ghana in accordance with Section 511 of the policy.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to drive the uptake of the electronic vehicle, both monetary and non-monetary incentives are necessary. And according to the implementation roadmap, the first phase, spanning from 2024 to 2026, focuses on creating these financial and non-financial incentives. Mr. Speaker, the Value Added Tax Act 2013, Act 870, as amended by Act 2023, Act 1107, which introduced an exemption from VAT on the importation of electronic vehicles for public transportation, has already taken effect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from him when he will present this program of the incentives, or when the government will present this program of incentives to Parliament. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Why, do you have any interest in electronic business?
Please, you only address the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No.
Honourable former Minister, kindly resume your seat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stated that we are going to collaborate with the Ministry of Finance. That is the lead ministry in this regard. And so we will continue to do the collaboration. And within the framework, the time given from now to 2026, we will soon be in this House to roll out all the incentives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, the Minister repeatedly has observed that the Minister of Finance will play an important role, which is one aspect of the connecting factors or the variables. However, there are variables such as there are variables which are also relevant, such as garage operators, mechanics, and academia, because the question has to do with the penetration of EV vehicles in our country. And I further want to find out from the Minister if, in his pursuit of Minister of Finance support, he's also considering these variables which are key in the implementation and the penetration of EVs in our country.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the Ministry of Transport's role in this roadmap, we are doing sensitization in all those areas. All the educational institutions, we have done up to 13 regions, leaving 3. And the roadmap gives us up to mid-year next year to be able to complete the nationwide sensitization, to let them understand the importance of engaging in the electronics, because they are the ones that will bring down our costs, and also our environment would be safe when we all engage in the EV usage. So awareness is being created, And we are collaborating with the ministry to also look at the financial aspect, and then we will be able to implement as directed by the roadmap. Thank you.
I have some skills in this area, and if the minister wouldn't mind, I'll offer him a pro bono service for him to continue.
Honorable member, you can engage the minister privately.
But I'm saying it for the record. The minister is my friend.
Does the minister need your pro bono services on the floor of
he's
Parliament?
My friend. I'm just offering myself. 887. I'm not offensive. How?
Honorable members, question number 114. Standing in the name of Honorable Setose Akoto, Echima Mponua, Member of Parliament.
Thank you, Mr.
And,
Speaker.
Former Chief Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek your indulgence to withdraw the question. Thank you.
Very well. Question accordingly withdrawn. Honorable Minister, on behalf of the House, we thank you sincerely for attending upon the House and responding to all questions scheduled for you. You are accordingly discharged. Yes. Majority Chief Whip, any indication? Question time is ended.
Speaker, that is so. Speaker, we are now ready to do some business. The report from the Agri Committee in respect of the Fisheries bill that was referred to them is ready. 2 reports actually, Mr. Speaker. Yes. So, Speaker, with your leave, let's reference.
Yes, Minority Chief Whip, what do you say? We are now at public business. However, we vary the order of business to take the motion number 16.
I'm in full support. He knows when he gets my cooperation, and you see him full of smiles. But I also want to remind him that they are outstanding business. Your members at your back, the morale is low. We will support you to do your business. But
yes.
Speaker, morale is low. He should take a cue. But I support it.
Yes, Honorable Majority Chief Whip, please take note of the concerns raised.
Speaker,
the morale is low.
Cue duly taken.
You need to energize everybody.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
At commencement of public business, item numbered F, I, and II. Chairman of the committee.
Report of the Committee on Food, Agriculture, and Cocoa Affairs on the determination of the agency of the Fisheries and Aquaculture Bill 2025. Report of the Committee on Food, Agriculture, and Cocoa Affairs on the Fisheries and Aquaculture Bill 2025.
Honorable members, the reports have been duly presented and it is for distribution to honorable members. Thank you very much, Chairman of the committee. Yes, Majority Chief Whip. Can we now take the motion 16?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I seek your leave to move the motion on order paper numbered item 16, that the Fisheries and Aquaculture Bill 2025 may be moved today on a certificate of urgency. I so move.
Honourable members, motion moved. Any seconder?
I thought 16 is a procedural motion.
That is the procedural motion that he has moved.
You move item 16. Okay. So I rise to second the motion.
Very well. Motion moved and seconded. This is a procedural motion. The question is,
Seconded.
as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Yes.
Speaker, consequentially, may we take motion number 17?
Very well. Motion 17. Chairman of the committee, you may now move motion number 17.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to move the motion on the order paper number 17 for the determination of the agency of this bill. Mr. Speaker, whilst moving that motion, that you adopt the report that we are presenting to your house, to this house, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to give a few highlights on the justification for the agency. Mr. Speaker, I request the Hansa Department to capture the full content of this report as if it was read in its entirety. Mr. Speaker, allow me to give you a brief history, which should be brief, and also highlight some aspects for Hansard because of the fact that, Mr. Speaker, this bill was considered in the 8th Parliament. And in the 8th Parliament, we couldn't go through the full process. And so it expired with the term of the previous Parliament. Fortunately, some members of your committee also find themselves in the same committee of agriculture where this bill has been referred to again. Mr. Speaker, we realized that there was then an opportunity for the ministry to imbibe its energy and vision into the new legislative framework for consideration. Mr. Speaker, we accordingly took your referral, considered it, and in our deliberations, we observed a lot of stakeholder interest in bringing new dimensions to a modern way of managing the fisheries industry. And so we took a lot of those considerations on board and made substantial changes and revisions attending to some of the provisions that have been provided. Mr. Speaker, this report, I refer you to page 3 and page 4 that has a table that extensively captured most of the revisions that have been made to the provisions. Mr. Speaker, the fact that you gave it on the certificate of agency, we realized that we needed to include this together with the Attorney General and then relay the bill. Mr. Speaker, it's now been incorporated in the new report and the bill before you, and it has accordingly been relayed for your consideration. I so submit, Mr. Speaker, the agency is relevant, and I invite this House to consider the report recommending that the bill be taken on the certificate of agency. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, motion move, report presented.
Speaker.
Yes, you have the floor.
Speaker, I second the motion on the floor. Speaker, as you are aware, this bill, the drafting of it started way back in 2022. And as the chairman has indicated, it has gone through a lot of transformation, review upon review. And again, as you are aware, we have already been shown the yellow card. Speaker, in football circles, if you are shown a second yellow card, it means red card. We shouldn't wait until we are shown another yellow card. Speaker, we'll risk losing our export to the European market. So I urge this House to support the committee in adopting the report of the committee for their report to be taken under the certificate of agency. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded. And all members, as indicated by the chairman of the committee, this is a similar motion moved, seconded, and debated by the House. We are again at this stage because the proposed amendment of the committee and others were integrated into the bill. So the old one that has been debated was withdrawn and reintroduced. In view of this, how many contributors do we take at this stage? Do we take the leadership and then I will put a question?
Speaker, that's the agreement.
Very well. Minority Chief Whip, you have the floor.
Speaker, let me first of all commend the leadership of the committee, both chair and ranking, and I cannot leave out the minister who has strongly followed through on these matters. Looking at the report, I think there is a consensus, both sides of the committee, that it should be taken under certificate of urgency, so there is no debate about it. I am happy if you read the report, clearly captured is what the committee has done in terms of the consultation. My worry has been the consultation. We all know how the issues has been sprawling in terms of the fishing industry. And Minister, I know you are an expert in this area, but my worry has often been what has been the extent of consultation in these matters. Oftentimes, we are in a hurry to sign agreement, international agreement. Don't forget, we have taken a prior decision by signing an agreement which is relevant. And now we are trying to incorporate some of the content of the agreement signed into this bill. That I commend you highly. The ranking member could not have captured the concerns rally when he spoke to the yellow card status that as a country we have attracted. And we cannot delay further to attract a red card. That would be an avoidable pain. So, Speaker, without adding more, I think I support it, and let's proceed and take the decision and then move on to the next stage. So, Minister, we commend you highly for this swift action to change the legal regime, which I think is very important. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I adopt the submissions from my brother as though they were mine, and to add that reference to paragraph 4, subparagraph 2 of the report, page 7 of 8, Speaker, the essence of the agency of taking this bill with alacrity is aptly captured. Speaker, we are told that, especially in the second sentence, that Ghana is tagged as a non-compliant country in the fight against illegal fishing activities. Failure to act swiftly in changing the legal regime could result in the issuance of a red card by the EU. Speaker, the report is further indicating that a red card will result in a complete ban on the exportation of fish and fishery products to the European market, Mr. Speaker, and this could lead to an estimated loss of $425 million US. So, Speaker, we are speaking pure matters of extreme commercial value to the nation. So, with these words, I urge the House to adopt this report so that the bill can be taken under certificate of urgency. I thank you for the opportunity.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted, and this House has approved that the Fisheries and Aquaculture Development Bill, or the Fisheries and Aquaculture Bill 2025, be taken under a certificate of urgency. May we skip motion numbered 18 and take motion numbered 19.
Speaker, that's so.
Yes. Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development, you have the floor. Motion numbered 19.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I seek your leave to move the motion numbered 18.
No.
19.
Yes, 19.
19. That the Fisheries and Aquaculture Bill 2025 be now read a second time. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Yes. Honourable member, present the report.
In seconding, Mr. Speaker, I wish to submit the committee's...
Honourable members, we are all making mistakes. Our second reading, we don't second. So you just go ahead and present the report.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in seconding, I wish to present your committee's report for adoption. And, Mr. Speaker, following your leave to withdraw and relay the bill, your committee had a meeting yesterday, the 8th of July, and considered the referral. Mr. Speaker, this report is presented to you, and let me invite the Hansard to capture the full content of the report as if it was fully read to this House. Mr. Speaker, whilst doing that, allow me to highlight some observations. One observation is that the relevant stakeholders...
Honourable member, the Hansard has captured the entire report, so at conclusion.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I am so advised. And I then conclude, Mr. Speaker, by saying that taking cognizance of the issues addressed in the bill, the committee accordingly recommends that the House adopts the report on the Fisheries and Aquaculture Bill 2025 and pass the bill in accordance with Article 106.13 and Standing Order 1604 of Parliament. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, report has been duly presented and pursuant to Standing Order 127, a full debate shall arise on the principle, the rationale, the mischief that the bill is seeking to cure on the basis of the explanatory memorandum and the report of the committee. Again, this report has been taken by this House, debated, and adopted. And then we move to a consideration stage. We are back at this stage owing to the fact that some amendments have been integrated leading to the reintroduction of the bill. How many contributors do we then take? Yes, Majority Chief.
Speaker, we've agreed that we'll take 2-2.
Very well.
Oh, 1-1. No, hold on.
Yes, ranking member of the committee. I get the sense. 1-1. Very well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last week, I visited my doctor, and I was asked to cut down on the intake of red meat. But the same doctor, Mr. Speaker, recommended that I increase my consumption on fish. So, Speaker, that is how important the fishery industry is. Speaker, it's so important that we cannot allow the fish stocks to be depleted. Mr. Speaker, the current law, the Act 625, has not seen any major review. A lot of the international requirements have not been cured. And if you come to the local level as well, there are a lot of deficiencies. So this new law is to cure the deficiencies. Speaker, the old law concentrated mainly on marine fisheries. Very little attention was given to aquaculture. And Speaker, those of us from the inland, we are so much interested in aquaculture. And the youth of this country too, Speaker, they are also very much interested in going into aquaculture. And this new bill has taken care of all the laws governing the aquaculture. Speaker, in the old law, it also didn't address the climate change. And Speaker, you know these days, any law which doesn't address climate change will be so deficient. And this new law takes very good care of climate change. Again, Speaker, any law which is forced on stakeholders, especially the small-scale fisheries, Speaker, is not likely to work. So this new law takes very good care of the co-management of the fishery industries. So, Speaker, this new law has a lot of strict rules to govern illegal, unreported, and unregulated fisheries. So I recommend for the adoption of this House. The Speaker, I so submit.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Gakpe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the old law is disjointed, and then currently the new law is trying to actually merge all the law to make it one law where it can be run by the industry. Mr. Speaker, as the law is not static, it's dynamic. The old law have certain things, new things are emerging, especially when it comes to marine protected area. We are talking about blue economy. We are talking about how increasing nature of the aquaculture in the country, and then new issues are emerging in terms of technology, in terms of the issue of climate change is also an issue we need to consider in this bill. And these are the new emerging issues that need to be addressed by the new bill. As we speak, Ghana currently, if care is not taken, we are already on yellow card, and then by the EU. And then if care is not taken, Ghana is going to lose almost about $425 million above that. And if that happens, it will have direct impact on our economy. So in view of this, Mr. Speaker, I call on the House as a matter of urgency to adopt this report. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, as many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The report is accordingly adopted.
An act to review and consolidate the laws relating to the sustainable exploitation of fisheries resources, establish the Fisheries Commission to ensure the long-term conservation, development, management, and utilization of fisheries and aquaculture resources, contribute to the attainment of a sustainable blue economy, and to provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the Fisheries and Aquaculture Bill 2025 is accordingly read a second time. Yes, honourable members, item numbered 21. The Fisheries and Aquaculture Bill at consideration stage. Yes, Majority Chief Whip, you are on your feet.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I agree that some incorporation of the proposed amendments have been done. But if you may oblige us, so that the Winnowing Committee will meet this evening, and deal with it, so that tomorrow morning when we come, we can expressly deal. It's quite voluminous. My fear is that if we want to go through on the floor, it may attract other amendments which we could take at the Winnowing. So anybody who is interested in proposing amendments could join us at Winnowing.
Honourable Member, if you are proposing that members want to take a look at the refined bill, I will agree with you. But having referred the bill to Winnowing, and it's out of Winnowing,
yes,
that some amendments were integrated into the bill, I intend not to subject it or refer it to Winnowing anymore. But I can abide by your suggestion that we do the consideration tomorrow.
Mr. Speaker, I'm entirely in your hands.
Yes.
Speaker, I think our colleague, who is a very experienced person, I see my senior, the Honorable Imedu, is also here. Out of practice, I think we've often resorted to this lane. So I have been support. I'm support. And Speaker, today I've been supporting him. I've supported him well enough. But I had also cautioned him that the mood of the House, Speaker, he should take a cue. Speaker, I will go beyond him whilst I've supporting him and plead with the chief whips, a champ, look into my eyes. Speaker, we should have a committee of the whole. So I've already supported him for his application. I supported that one, no doubt.
Except that I would want to say that at consideration stage, we should do about few clauses, in the sense that clauses like application of the Act, the object of the Commission, functions of the Commission, governing body of the Commission. These are provisions that are standard in most of the bills that we pass. Duties and liabilities of members of the board, tenure of office of the members of the board, the meeting of the board. Remember, these are standard provisions.
Speaker, we defer to you. So
we'll take some few clauses and leave it at consideration stage and come and continue tomorrow.
This is
yes.
The old terror.
Honorable Animedu, entry. My very good friend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I arise to support the Chief Whip that we go through the clauses. But he made a statement that we may, because it is voluminous, he might want us to go through it first. But I would want to remind him that we necessarily have to go through them one after the other.
Yes.
So we need some time to go through it thoroughly.
Yes.
I am, for the first time, having a copy of this bill. And then tomorrow we can go through them. So we need time
for the first time.
So I support
before referral to Winnowing, were you not part of Winnowing committee?
No, Mr. Speaker, nobody had invited me on this bill.
Very well.
I am supposed to be, but nobody has invited me.
Very well.
So Chief Whip, please check your notes. Thank you.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Achampo.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. The Minority Chief Whip mentioned my name when he was making his submission. Mr. Speaker, you advised us yesterday to engage each other, and we did engage. And even it's smart to me this afternoon that at least one of the issues have been properly resolved.
Your engagement is not for our record.
So for him to raise it again...
I'm saying your engagement are not for our record. So, Honorable Minority Chief Whip, take note. After engagement, you don't raise the issues again. Very well. We'll still leave the bill at consideration stage. Exactly. If any member is having a proposed amendment, well, we'll take it tomorrow. Yes, Honorable Shabu.
Mr. Speaker, exactly what I wanted to
Very well. Very well.
To say.
Very well. So, fisheries and aquaculture bill is at consideration stage. Majority, Chief Whip. Any indication?
Speaker, may we take up to about clause 10? Up to clause 10. Up to clause 10.
Honourable members, I'm guided.
Great.
Once it is at consideration stage, we have to do some clause before we leave it. Clause 1.
Application for the Act.
Honourable members, Chairman of the committee, any proposed amendment? Chairman of the committee, clause 1, any amendment?
All the
Chairman of the committee, clause 1, any amendment to clause 1?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the committee doesn't have any proposed amendment to clause 1. However, it is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? There being no proposed amendment, as many as are in favor of clause 1 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, clause 1 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Establishment of the Fisheries Commission.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no proposed amendment.
Honourable members, the committee doesn't have amendment to clause 2. However, it is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? Honourable members, there being no proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 2, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 2 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 3.
Object of the Commission.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no proposed amendment.
Honourable members, no proposed amendment from the committee is, however, for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? Yes?
Speaker, clause 3. I believe that this House is not simply enacting a law with an object for long-term conservation, but an effective long-term conservation, Mr. Speaker. So I propose that after long-term, we should insert effective conservation, development, management, and utilization of fisheries and aquaculture resources through the A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, Mr. Speaker. I so propose.
Honourable members, the proposal is to introduce effective. Yes, minority.
I know the Chief Whip is very diligent on such matters, but conservation is conservation. You cannot put an adjectival phrase or emphasize conservation. That is the standard term that is used. So may I impress upon my colleague? I know he wants to beautify that clause, but it's not something you can emphasize. So may he withdraw his, and then we can proceed.
Honourable members, I'm clearly not supposed to take part in the debate, but can we all look at the memorandum accompanying the bill, page 1, paragraph 1. It reads, the purpose of the bill is to review and consolidate the laws relating to the sustainable exploitation of fisheries resources, establish the Fisheries Commission to ensure the long-term conservation So what is contained in the bill as it is in conformity with the memorandum accompanying the bill. Honorable Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker, you see, I've been part of the enactment process for some time. If you read the memorandum, we seek to consolidate the existing legal framework and to make it better. We are not simply consolidating, we seek to make it more effective. That's the essence of this new legislation. So, for me, inserting it in the phrase, inserting it in the phrase to give effect to it is not fatal to the memorandum or the terms of the memorandum. And Mr. Speaker, I'll litigate this, but I'll get the mood of the House. My brother is litigating it, but I don't think it's fatal at all. My position is simply that there have been conservation practices. As we speak, the existing legal framework ensures conservation, but we are decrying its inadequacies. That is why we want to consolidate the existing laws and introduce new practices that will go to make the law more effective. It's about being more effective, not proceeding with the status quo ante. So my belief is that if we qualify it with effective, it will still be in conformity with the memorandum. But Mr. Speaker, I'll leave this entirely in your hands. You can put the question.
Yes, because the conservation has been qualified by long term.
Yes.
And you want it to be effective long term.
Yes, long term in terms of longevity. No, Mr. Speaker, long term is in respect of longevity. It's not a short term conservation practice. It can be short term effectively. It's about the policy direction. But the point I'm making is that the essence of this law, if you engage all the stakeholders, the people that we have engaged, the sentiments, it's about making things more effective going forward. So I'll leave it here, Mr. Speaker. Let's make some progress.
Very well, very well. Yes, Honorable Shaibu.
Mr. Speaker. No. Mr. Speaker, I mean, even though his amendment is not fatal, I will entreat him to drop that so that we are a bit consistent with the memorandum, the language of the memorandum. Thank you.
Very well. So, Honorable Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker, let's put the question. I may have people supporting me, so let's make progress.
Very well. So, I should put the question on the proposed amendment. Then give us, yes, Chairman of the Committee.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I hear the Chief Whip, and going by his suggestion and argument, the converse of effective will be ineffective. Mr. Speaker, conservation is a term of art. Conservation is conservation. We are not aware of ineffective conservation. That will put some biased judgment. And I think that it's safer that the law doesn't introduce this bias. Who decides what is effective and what is not effective? And so I submit respectfully that we should allow it to stay as it is. Long-term conservation will be sufficient. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Dafonko, the chairman of the committee is saying that the use of the word effective will bring some element of subjectivity into the law. Who determines whether the long-term conservation is effective or it is not effective?
Mr. Speaker.
So,
Mr. Speaker,
by the sense,
last point, then I'll leave this. Mr. Speaker, we have had Green Ghana program. It's a form of a conservation program. The problem has been how effective has it been? So essentially, you can have a conservation program, but it may not be effective. That's all I'm saying. Mr. Speaker, I'll leave it here. Let's make progress.
Yes, but do the needful once you are agreeable to the sense of the House.
Speaker, put the question and let's make progress.
Honorable Dapama, for
Speaker,
sometimes you take
withdrawn.
Yes.
Withdrawn.
As many as are in favor of clause 3 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 3 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, do we proceed? Clause 4.
Functions of the Commission.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have a proposed amendment. Thank you.
Honourable members, the committee doesn't have a proposed amendment. It is, however, for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Kwame Anyimadu-Antwi, you have the floor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I don't have any proposed amendment, but I would want to find out from the chairman. I've perused through and I've realized that the commission is to collaborate with some institutions. Would you consider the gold board that had been set up quite recently, especially the tax force, because they have to go around the body, and most of the time when it has to do with gold, they have some linkage with water bodies. So I just want you to give it a consideration, and then maybe tomorrow we can consider it if it will be necessary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Chairman of the committee. The proposal is, will you consider gold board?
Mr. Speaker, I think that we can allow it to stay as it is and allow the managers of the ministry to see who the workable collaborators will be. That way we allow flexibility. If we zero in on gold board, then we are legislating that gold board must always be there to be collaborated with. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Chief Whip.
Speaker, may I revert the mind of the chair to, I think we are on clause 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. The fourth line. It reads, Speaker. In the established priorities for the utilization of fishery resources, which will provide the greatest benefits to the country and ensure the proper conservation. It's clause 4.
Memorandum.
Yeah, so
41A.
Yeah, in line with the memorandum, I think what we are using is long term.
So you are looking at the memorandum but not the clause?
I'm actually looking at the clause 4.
Yes, clause 4
yes.
Is in 1, is in A, B, C, D. 1A, 1B, 1C. Which one are you talking about?
Sorry, let me go to the clause. Just a minute, Speaker.
So is that 1C?
Speaker, let me get back. Let me get back to you. Speaker, if you may indulge me.
Yes.
That is 41C. 1C. Functions of the Commission. Yes, and he's saying ensure the proper conservation. I have issues with the word proper. Speaker, I think in line with the memorandum, we should use long term so that it's consistent. Long term conservation, and the rendition will read, ensure a long-term conservation of the fishery resources through the prevention of overfishing and other prohibited fishing practices. We are just doing away with proper conservation and replacing proper with long-term. Minister or Chair.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I agree. It's a proper rendition.
Very well. Honourable members, as many as are in favor of the proposed amendment by the minority chief whip to clause 4(1)(c), which seeks to delete the word proper and insert long term, say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the amendment is adopted and it is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, any further amendment? Honourable members, I'll put the question on entire clause 4. Yes?
Thank you,
Honourable
Mr. Speaker.
Order.
Mr. Speaker, I write to seek clarification on 4(1)(k). In consultation with the Ghana Standards Authority and any other relevant agencies, standardize fish quality, weight, and the basis for fish pricing.
Yes, it's clear. Chairman of the committee, he wants clarification on that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the thinking is that we are moving to commercializing the product, fish. And so this is being prepared for local markets as well as the export market. And therefore, standardization becomes a key requirement. And so in line with the Ghana Standards Authority, which has standards already documented, we wish that this aspect of the law allows for that synergy so that our fish products can be standardized for our local and international markets. Thank you.
Honourable members, let me add that the quality testing
Mr. Speaker,
is done by the standard board.
Mr. Speaker, whilst I appreciate standardizing fish quality and weight, I have a challenge when it comes to standardizing basis for fish pricing. If we can elucidate on that.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honourable Shabu.
Mr. Speaker, perhaps if we tweak the sentence, it will make a bit. In consultation with the Ghana Standards Authority and any other relevant agencies, provide standardized format or whatever. Provide standardized provide standards for fish quality, weight, and the basis for fish pricing. So we can provide standards or provide a standardized form or format, whichever way. So we can provide standards for fish quality, for weight, and the basis for fish pricing. Provide standards.
Well, honourable members, I think what is causing the problem is and the basis of fish pricing. Is Ghana, they can provide the quality standard, which will form the basis. But if you are saying and the basis of fish quality, then it means, and the basis of fish pricing, then it means that you are expecting Ghana Standard Board to provide the, yes. So what can happen is that the standard fish quality, weight, as the basis of fish quality pricing. So if you use those standard and the weight as basis for fish quality, that is fine. But if you said and the basis, then it means that after the standard board provides you with the quality standard and then the weight, they will go ahead and tell you the basis for the fish quality. So, honorable members, I think the "and" should go, and then we replace it with "as." Now, on the same clause, based on the singular principle, should it be relevant agencies or relevant agency? Because in drafting, singular means plural, but plural does not mean singular. So, honorable members, a member should own the proposal and give the rendition for us to put the question.
Speak.
Yes, Honorable Shaibu.
Speaker, just before I even get to the trust and pricing.
Honorable
fish quality.
Honorable members, I'm not supposed to take part in the debate, but just to provide a guide. I think the new rendition should be in consultation with Ghana Standards Authority and any other relevant agency, standardize fish quality and weight as the basis for fish pricing.
Very well, Mr. Speaker.
So,
Mr. Speaker,
kindly adopt.
Mr. Speaker, I am adopting the new rendition that you have supported the House to build.
Honorable members, as many as are in favor of the proposed rendition to clause 4(1)(k), say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honorable members, any further amendments? Yes, Honorable Animedo Entry.
Mr. Speaker, I would want the chairman to educate me on 1P. Make recommendations to the minister for the formulation of policies, and especially the latter part that says, and grant of licenses related to the object of this.
Are you talking about 1P?
Yes, sir.
Very well.
So the second part, the first part says make recommendations to the minister for the formulation of policies. Now it's also saying that and grant of licenses related to the object of this act. Does it mean that the recommendations are to the effect of the grant of licenses? That's where I don't understand. If you can educate me on the same. What I'm saying, Mr. Chairman, is that P, it says that make recommendations to the minister for the formulation of policies. I don't have any problem with that. But the latter part, and grant of licenses. One P for passenger. Yeah, that's what I want education. What make recommendations to the minister for publication of policies. Then we're saying that the commission is going to make recommendations for the grant of licenses.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that's the intendment. That's it, Honorable. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, I think, Chairman, you should get the right rendition to read as you try to explain on P, because the Honorable Animedu concern is that and grant of licenses related to the object of this act. So if it's recommendation to the minister for the formulation of the policies,
So when you bring and grant of license related to the object of this act, it's not so, it doesn't come out well in drafting. Maybe, Speaker, you can guide us on this.
Well, let me hear the majority chief whip before, if there is a need, I'll
Speaker,
provide a guide.
I see the mischief the ranking member has dictated. The recommendation is not about how to formulate the policies. So formulation must go. So it should be make policy recommendations to the minister for the grant of licenses related to the object of this act. Yes. It is not the formulation that they are recommendation. So, no, it's not the formulation. It is policy recommendations. No. You don't tell the minister how to formulate the policies. You recommend policies.
No.
Oh, please.
Honourable members.
But there's, Speaker, if I may formulate my point. The essence of this provision is to say that this body, as part of the functions, they will make recommendations to the minister. What kind of recommendations are they making? They are making policy recommendations for the implementation of the minister. How would the minister implement this policy regarding grant of license? But the way it is couched is as if we are recommending formulation of policies to the minister. No, but the formulation of policy is not what this body will be recommending. They are making policy recommendations. In fact, Mr. Speaker, this is a standard provision. I don't know why we are struggling. We've made this provision.
Honourable members, let's look at clause 17 of the bill. Though I have a problem with the rendition 17, but let's look at it. When we get there, then we know what to do. Normally, it's not ministerial directives, it's policy directives. And it says that the minister may give directives to the commission on matters of policy, and the commission shall comply. So all that the bill is saying is that there will be recommendations based on which the minister will formulate policies. There will be recommendations based on which the minister may take decision to grant licenses. So the provision is talking about two things, and all is in the nature of recommendation. It doesn't mean that they are doing the policy themselves. So if you look at it together with clause 17, it means that based on those recommendations, it's a recommendation to the minister as a guide for the minister formulating policies. So they are not to do the policy, but to make recommendations. And these recommendations will lead to policy and will also guide the minister in granting licenses. So I think the rendition is okay as it is.
Agree more with you. It is what it is, and it's straightforward.
Yes.
So I think we should abide by this. I've been trying to signal the chairman that we should abide by what is existing there. The rendition is perfect, and we should just leave it. Let's not disturb it unnecessarily.
Very well. Any further proposed amendment to clause 4? Yes, Honorable Kabiru.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will take a look at N. N for November. The current rendition reads, in collaboration with other stakeholders, hear and determine complaints from persons aggrieved in respect of matters arising from or related to the fishing activities and the fishing industry, except criminal matters. Mr. Speaker, my proposal is for us to expunge criminal matters because the law is settled and the jurisdiction of this particular act will be automatically be ousted when it comes to matter of criminal in nature. So I was just thinking that to make it more simpler, we can say it could read, in collaboration with other stakeholders, hear and determine complaints from persons aggrieved in respect of matters arising from or related to fishing activities and the fishing industries, and we could leave it at that. The reason is that if we want to qualify every single thing, then we'll be making reference to the limitation. We'll be making reference to the limitation of other. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Honorable
Speaker, I agree with him. Because there's a different legal regime governing criminal matters. So we don't need to accept it.
Well, it's for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honorable Imedu. On a different issue. Yeah. Honorable members, don't you think this is here to remind everybody that once the matter is criminal in nature, you cannot receive a complaint in any manner whatsoever. That is the general principle of the law. Very well.
But Mr. Speaker, that scarecrow is not needed.
Is that?
I said that's if it is going to serve as a scarecrow, it is not needed in this context. We don't need it because it's very clear from the rendition when we take the criminal matters out.
With me. Yes. Yes, Honorable Shabu.
Mr. Speaker, this is not fatal, and it's for emphasis, so that the Commission is guided. And so I think that we should leave it as it is.
Because remember, members that are being guided here may not be lawyers to know that by the imperative of some law, you cannot delve into criminal matters. But when the provision is here, saying that you can do it, but when it is a matter relating to criminality, it's no, 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 no. That is what the rendition is saying. So it's there as a guide. Yes.
The mischief this proposed amendment 60 cure is that we're basically saying that the Act can deal with any matter except criminality. That's the meaning.
Yes.
But assuming, Mr. Speaker, the husband and wife fight over fish, is it a case that this Act can address?
Yes, if a husband and wife is fighting over fish, and the fighting is not a criminal offense, it means that they can resolve the problem for them. But so long as it is a criminal offense,
no.
So long as it constitutes assault, then it's a criminal offense for which they cannot resolve. That is the understanding I'm gathering here.
Mr. Speaker, I do understand that matters of some fight could be even about private, which goes into the area of, tort law, where a person can have a private cause in the law court without necessarily coming through the Act. And if we limit and argue that only criminal matters that this Act cannot...
The provision here does not alter the jurisdiction of the court, but it reads, in collaboration with other stakeholders, hear and determine complaints from persons aggrieved in respect of matters arising or related to fishing activity. It must relate to fishing activity and fishing industry, except criminal matters. So long as it is relating to fishing activity in the fishing industry, they can hear the complaint. But if it is a criminal matter, they cannot hear the complaint. You can hear the complaint. Honourable members, clarity is one of the governing principles in drafting. But let me hear Honourable Anyimedu, then I'll come to Honourable.
I would want to pray that even in criminal matters, if they want to settle it out of court or out of wherever jurisdiction, I think they can deal with it. And I would want to support what he said, that except criminal matters, we can do away with those ways. This is something like arbitration clause or settlement clause that is being proposed. So I think the except criminal matters, even when the matters have been reported to police and is before court and the commission goes in, they can settle and announce. So if we do away with the criminal matters, if they don't want the commission to delve into any similar, anything close to crime, the authorities will say no, and that will be no.
Except that if we leave it the way it is, we may be offending Article 88.3, which makes criminal matters exclusive preserve for the AG. It's an exclusive preserve. So what the rendition is seeking to do is to remind them that you can hear complaints, but once it is a crime, that crime is against the Republic. So you cannot hear the complaint. Well, it's for the House to decide, yes?
Mr. Speaker, somebody just whispered to me that I'm not a lawyer, so I don't have to.
We encourage non-lawyers to take part in the legislative process.
Yeah, as long as you read to understand, we can make some reasonable input. Mr. Speaker, I think I share in your perspective. Because if you read the sub-paragraph well, in collaboration with other stakeholders, hear and determine complaints from persons aggrieved in respect of matters arising from or related to fishing activities and the fishing in the except criminal matters. There is an institution that deals with criminal issues. Criminal matters are the preserve or falls within the jurisdiction of the court. If we don't make it explicit, this institution or others might veer into territories where they don't have the competence, and it might even lead to damages and some negative consequences on the institution. So, as Honorable Shabu said, it was a fatal injury. It is just to make it explicit that you can do all, but when it comes to criminal matters, leave it to those who have the capacity, the competence to deal with that. That is my layman understanding of this sub-paragraph. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable. Honorable Majority Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker, this provision will rather introduce exercise of discretion. So now the Commission will begin to determine which matters they think are of criminal nature and which ones are not. Hold on. So my view is that the proposal by Kabiru, the Honorable Kabiru, is accurate. We don't need this provision. We don't need the proviso. Because the object of the bill is very clear. So in functioning a role for the Commission, we must not entertain this danger. As soon as this danger is there, when the matter comes up, they will now be exercising a discretion to the extent that they will now even be determining criminal matters where they are not supposed to. They will say, the law says except criminal matters. So we thought that this one is not a criminal matter. You are rather averting their mind to the fact that, because, Mr. Speaker, in the fishing industry, 2 vessels, and my brother Jerry is here, they can fight. They can fight over fuel at sea. They can fight over fish catch. Sometimes the area of fishing can be, it can overlap. And when two boats, when they cast a net and they haul the net, the 2 nets can overlap. in the course of hauling the catch. And it can result in a quarrel over the high seas. So let's be very clear that these are their functions. Anytime there are matters of that nature, is the police, and now we have the Marine Division of the Ghana Police Service. They are mandated to deal with these matters. And when it's about inland, we have divisional police, district police, and police stations dotted around the lake that can handle these matters. But my fear is that once you put this provision there, then the commissioners will now think that they have the power to exercise their discretion. So they will now be making the judgment over the matters. So it's not needed, it's needless. I hinted it to the drafters. I don't know how come it still survived up to this stage. It's not needed at all, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect.
Well, Honorable Jerry.
Speaker, I concur with my brother, Honorable Dafiamapo, especially to the extent that now criminal matters even go before ADR. So what is the effect, really? Matters are dealt which are criminal matters, and they are sent to ADR. A case in point yesterday, one happened, and the judge asked that they should go and have it sorted at ADR.
So in that case, is the judge not invoking Section 73 of the Court Act?
Well, yeah, but that is the case.
Yes.
But that is subject to the approval.
Yes. That is why I'm saying that you don't deal with the criminal matter. If the criminal matter goes to court and Section 73 is invoked, then that is a different ballgame altogether. But for me, I do not think you have a discretion to determine this is a criminal matter, this is not a criminal matter. A crime is a crime. And the law is clear that nothing is a crime if at the time it is done, there is no law that makes it a crime. So, therefore, once the law makes it a crime, you don't have a discretion to determine whether it is a crime or it is not a crime. So the element of discretion is not there. Yes, Honorable Nymeru.
Mr. Speaker, we are grateful for your guidance. But what we want to say is that crime, even though it's designated that the Attorney General or the Minister of Justice will be in charge, even that we go into settlement. So now that we are putting in a clause to promote efficiency within the fishing industry, bringing that caveat is not necessary, because even when the parties are going to see, like the Chief Whip was saying, that if their nets had overlapped, and then it resulted into something else, we can say that that is a crime. Now, even though they can settle it within the commission can settle it, they will now say that, well, what you have said, because one person insulted the other, this is crime, and we are not going into that. I think we can do away with that. When there is a serious criminal offense that have been committed, nobody would need to force anybody out. So those three words, except criminal matters, if we delete that one, I'm sure we'll be fine. Thanks.
Professor Nyako.
Mr. Speaker, I am surprised we are belaboring this position. Having this provision there brings clarity. So the institution wouldn't veer itself into territories that don't belong to part of the functions. Are we saying that the institution can determine whether, do they have the power to determine that A or B are criminal acts? No, they have to yield. Mr. Speaker, they have to yield. They have to yield to the jurisdiction of the institution that can do that. There's no discretion in this matter, no discretionary issue in this matter. There is no discretionary, this is clear, plain white. So, I mean, I'm not a lawyer. This is my layman view. And I think that this layman view makes sense. It makes sense. Mr. Speaker, it makes sense. So let us keep it and make progress. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I think we've dragged this matter for some time. If the chairman or the minister can throw more light.
Yes, chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not done yet.
Very well.
If we take the except criminal matters out, what would be the harm to that very clause? And if we leave it there, and is it the case that matters that happen around the sea, criminal matters, will this one now mean that they can handle it rather than the appropriate authorities that are supposed to handle criminal matters that happen at the sea? So if you throw more light, then we can cure this and we can move on.
But honorable member, it's clear that if you take it out, you are giving them unlimited jurisdiction. You are not restricting their jurisdiction, taking out element of crime. So if they do it, it's within the ambit of the law. But technically speaking, the law does not allow them to do criminal matters. Even if it is not there, you cannot do it. That is my understanding. But being there is for the purposes of emphasis that don't do this, because it's something that already by operation of law you cannot do. But to make it clear, by reinstating the position of the law, you cannot do criminal matters. That is why the proviso. But I need to take inspiration from the House. Yes, let's hear the mover, the proposer.
Mr. Speaker, this is going to be, of course, my last submission on this point before your determination, and then the chairman can respond. Mr. Speaker, if we provide this limitation to the law, it means that any other thing, whether or not there are relevant laws governing those particular other matters, this bill can take care of them. That's the meaning of this particular exception we are providing.
Yes.
However, if we leave this without this particular exception, it means that wherever there are certain matters regulated by some laws, those applicable laws will come into effect. For instance, the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. There are matters who are going to be deliberated, not even within international tribunals, Mr. Speaker. When those matters guided by international laws are going to be determined, do we say that because this matter is not criminal in nature, it's an issue of arbitration, and it is a matter that we have to deal with, those people don't have recourse to using those international bodies? And this is the mischief that this proposed amendment seeks to cure, that we know as a fact that criminal matters are regulated by the criminal jurisdiction. And Act 30 and Act 29, rightly so, help us in dealing with those things. But when we come to other matters, there could be certain matters that this particular act may not have the jurisdiction, but not expressly stated. And that is why I am arguing and proposing that when we leave it at matters, we know that we are talking of context, and we are talking about those that are related to that particular bill, and that there will not be any ambiguity to us. But once we set except criminal matters, it means the international matters.
Well, let's get it clear.
They can handle them.
Can they hear complaint in relation to illegal fishing?
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
No, I'm asking Dr. Kabiru. Can they hear complaint in relation to illegal fishing?
Illegal fishing is clearly, if there are provisions on our fishing law, it's criminal matter.
Can they hear a complaint in relation to unregulated fishing?
It is unregulated fishing is criminal. If you do anything that is not regulated by the law, it's criminal. So they cannot
What of unreported fishing?
unreported fishing, if this is actually, there is also part of the bill, it is criminal.
So what I'm understanding this to do is that if the issue is in relation to IUU, it's a no area. But, well, let's hear the chairman of the committee, and then we can put a question.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. As you know, the context of this bill is actually to strengthen the legal regimes for governing the fisheries industry. And based on the stakeholder consultations and other interactions with the Attorney General's Department, this particular point came up in our deliberations. I recall the Chief Whip brought it up earlier. And it was advised that because we are aiming at strengthening and emphasizing criminality, we need to be clear that if the Commission assumes powers of criminal investigation, then it is counterproductive. And so the Commission can engage in arbitrations and resolve issues that are not of criminal nature. If it relates to crimes such as IUU and related activities, it is important that that provision emphasizes that if it is of a criminal nature, then it is for some other provisions or some other bodies to deal with, not the Commission. Based on the experience, if you allow it open like this, the Commission might assume some powers that they do not have, that 29 and 30 doesn't allow them to engage in. And so, Mr. Speaker, this has been deliberated extensively, and we think that it is better to allow the rendition to stay as it is to serve the purpose and object of this bill. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
What is the sense of the House? Yes, Chief Whip.
Speaker, clearly, let me say this. It's become a litigious point, but I second Kabiru, and I'll re-emphasize my point. Speaker, if we leave this proviso, it means we are now asking the Commission to be sieving the complaints that will come. Discretion. We have power to deal with it. This one appears criminal, so we don't have power to deal with it. We don't need that discretion so that it will be subject to abuse. Then tomorrow, an appeal or a proper lawsuit may emerge in respect of exercise of a discretion which they did not have. So I believe that under clause 148 and 150, 149 and 150, provide the procedure for an appeal when some party is aggrieved against the decision of the Commission. Speaker, 2, when we leave the provision this way, then we may have to go and define complaints. The complaints that will come before the Commission. That a complaint will mean A, B, C, because we have to provide clarity. That will enable the Commission to say that a particular complaint that has come before us is a matter bordering on criminality or criminal offense, and therefore it must fall in the domain of the relevant agency. If this provision is actually reference to in collaboration of relevant agencies. So, Speaker, for me, where I stand, I think if we take it out, it brings clarity to it. Nobody's mind is exercised or averted to anything.
Honorable Chief Whip.
Yes.
You see, I'm getting you, but where I am not getting clearly is that the Commission will be sieving as to what constitutes a crime or what does not constitute a crime. You see, our chiefs, they can settle every dispute except criminal nature. So when matters go before even the chiefs, they are able to determine that this is stealing. It's a criminal offense, so we'll not go into it because stealing has been defined by law.
Mr. Speaker, the Chieftaincy Act does not provide for those. But Mr. Speaker, you being my senior both in this house and at the bar, and you've done some chieftaincy cases and some local arbitration, traditional arbitration. Mr. Speaker, the chiefs, they fall into a lot of error by exercising some jurisdictions, by handling the criminal matters, even defilement, even rape. They do, because they fall into the error and exercise their mandate. There are no exceptions.
No. So once they have
regular.
been falling into that arena,
yes.
If you now have a law which is expressly telling them that don't engage in this, don't you think it will help the situation where you'll be falling into the arena?
Mr. Speaker, if you read this law, the object, the applicability of the act and all that.
Well, honorable
Speaker,
members,
I believe
Dr. Kabiru, propose your amendment. Let me put a question on it and let the House take decision. I think we should make progress.
We've spoken at length.
Yes.
I have been quiet listening. Initially, I was not for the amendment, what the Honorable Dr. Kabiru moved. I was against it. But now I think I'm getting persuaded. That the thing should go. And particularly the last point made by the majority chief whip. But if it is the case that there are still strong views, Speaker, I may just humbly call upon you that we should put the question.
Well, I believe we've debated this matter
well enough. Yes.
And in paper and heart,
yes, we should make progress. Otherwise, we can
the debate will be a guide to interpretation.
Minister, or probably, Speaker, we should seek the view of the minister in these matters. She is a sector person. Let's listen to her too, Speaker.
So let me listen to the minister. Yes. Then I can put a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This clause, or the statement, except criminal matters, was introduced, and by the way, as you know, the Attorney General's department have worked endlessly on what we have today. It was introduced to cure the current situation where the settlement committee have major challenges and sometimes veer into spaces that they shouldn't. So into criminalities and all sorts. I don't want to, it is national television, I don't want to. So we thought that if this is here, it specifies for the settlement committee the window of operation and makes things clearer and tighter for them to operate as an arbitration team, not, and if people don't understand, then they go to court. So, Mr. Speaker, I would want it to stay as is if the House so agrees. Thank you.
Please do the propose the amendment so that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. But my respected colleague raised an important issue about the Chieftaincy Act, and I wanted to draw your attention to it so that it may equally affect the decision.
Please
of the
propose
House.
an amendment.
Well, so thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The proposed amendment to N, I propose that it should read, in collaboration with other stakeholders, hear and determine complaints from persons aggrieved in respect of matters arising from or related to fishing activities and the Fishing Industry Act and the fishing industry. Full stop. Thank you.
Honorable members, the proposal that I'm going to put a question on is to delete except criminal matters. As many as are in favor of this proposal, say aye. Those against, say no. I think the noes have it. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, since your answer suggests that you are not sure, I know you're going to put up the question again. But Mr. Speaker said, I think. Mr. Speaker didn't rule. He said, I think. So Mr. Speaker is not sure. So let's settle on this. Let's settle on this, Honorable Member. Chairman, I would still want to persuade the House, inclusive of the Speaker, that even
the Speaker needs not be persuaded. I don't take part in the voting.
Most
so
criminal matters.
When I said I think the noes have it, meaning I am not clear.
Yes.
So I intend to put the question again.
Yes.
Before putting the question, Dr. Kabiru is proposing that we should delete except criminal matters. The proponent of the bill are saying it should stay in the rendition. So I am putting the question on the proposal by Dr. Kabiru that except criminal matters should be deleted. Honorable members, order. I am putting the question on the proposal made by Dr. Kabiru that except criminal matters be deleted. So I'll put the question again. As many as are in favor.
Mr. Speaker, just as you are about to put the question, our colleagues should know that this is a stage of considering the bill. It's not about NDC MPP. Even your majority chief whip is in support of what Kabiru is saying, so that it will not be divided as such. Roxton is in support of what Dr. Kabiru says. So, Mr. Speaker, you can put your question.
With the discussion,
so it will not be
Honorable Habib, with the discussion that has happened across board, this is not politicized. Honorable members, my explanation is to guide in terms of the voting. So I am stating that I am putting the question on the proposed amendment by Dr. Kabiru that except criminal matters be deleted from clause 4(1)(n). As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment by Dr. Kabiru, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. No. Honourable members, the noes have it. Any further amendment? Yes.
Speaker, no further amendment. Speaker, you put the question and the decision was arrived at. I will further pray this House that the chairman should consult further on these matters. Even though a decision has been arrived at, let's consult further on these matters and find a way to fine-tune this thing.
Very well.
Very, very important.
Very well. Chairman, take note. Is there any further amendment to clause 4? Yeah, Kingsley Nyako.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to attempt to propose an amendment on clause 4(1)W. Establish and promote
4(1) what?
W.
Very well.
Establish and promote effective collaboration and cooperation among key national and international organizations in fisheries and aquaculture management. I'm proposing that we delete the word effective, because effective is difficult to define and determine. If you don't have indicators to do that, then it veers into an arena of subjectivity. So if we could delete that one, so the sub-paragraph remains establish and promote collaboration and cooperation among key national and international organizations in fisheries and agriculture management. Mr. Speaker, I so submit. Thank you.
Very well, it's a very good observation. But the Honorable Chief Whip, you will recall that we have debated that at length in this House. And instead of deleting it, we rather added efficient, effective and efficient. So that has been the rendition that appear in most of the laws that we have passed by this House following that particular debate. So you are provoking the same debate again. But what will be against you is that in drafting, we dwell more on consistency in our laws. So once this has been used severally in our laws, I think here it doesn't give element of subjectivity, because the whole thing is in the management of fisheries and aquaculture.
Speaker.
Yes.
The Speaker, you know, when it comes to lawmaking in this House, you are one of the best.
No, except that where I'm sitting, I cannot.
So the point I'm making is that
the law.
I've made this observation, but I trust your judgment. So if my proposed amendment has been debated before, and the House has come to a conclusion that even though it makes sense intuitively, but because of consistency, it remains. Mr. Speaker, I always yield to your superior argument. Thank you.
Very well. So I would advise that you rather add efficient, so that it will be in line with the previous laws that we have made.
Mr. Speaker, I'm guided by the wise counsel.
Yes.
So I propose that we we add efficient to the sub-paragraph so that it becomes established.
So the proposal should be
effective and efficient.
After effective, insert and efficient.
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the proposal is that in clause 4.1W, after effective, insert and efficient collaboration. What do you say, Chairman of the committee?
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the proposal, and I further request that once this has been settled already, you order for consequential effects in all other provisions that may have this. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
That is where it is applicable. Very well. Yes, Honorable Dr. Kabiru.
In difference to your statement that is how these laws are usually made, I would want to also draw your attention to the fact that to use efficient as an adjective for, say, collaboration seems to be more or less a misnomer, because efficient are used for systems and persons. And if you want to qualify collaboration, which is something soft, with the word efficient, I feel sincerely that though the law may be talking about persons and systems, but in this case they are talking about a collaboration. They are talking about collaboration and network. So if you are going to say efficient collaboration, you are trying to qualify collaboration. And I think elaborate collaboration would have been more appropriate. And it is not in all cases. I respectfully submit that effective and efficient as adjectives should be used to qualify what we want to talk about. So I think that it should stand as it is now by the...
Very well, I have no opposition. Any further amendment to clause 4.1? Yes, Honorable Nyimedu.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, this is minor, but I'm picking your words that there must be consistency and to draw the draft person's attention to the words that have been used, the drafting had been used in plural form. So we need to be consistent if you are taking the singular, because in U, V, and W, you will find that it goes through a lot of clauses. For instance, in EU, promote cooperation among aquaculture practitioners. Emphasis is mine. V, collaborate with other relevant agencies. Emphasis mine. W, establish and promote effective collaboration and cooperation among key national and international organizations. Emphasis mine. So I would want to draw the draft person's attention whether we are going by the plural one or we want to be consistent to go singular, which would also mean plural. I can't offer a solution to that,
Yes.
but I want
Honorable
to raise it.
Anyimedu, you are right. It's either we adopt the singular approach and be consistent with it, or we adopt the plural approach and be consistent with it. So I will accordingly direct the drafters to choose appropriately. Honourable members, is that okay with the House? Any further amendment to clause 4? Yes?
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to come in here. I want to draw your attention to an issue of consistency. In N for Noah, in collaboration with other stakeholders. And then when you come to S, you also have collaborate with relevant stakeholders. I'm of the view that we should try to be consistent. And if possible, Mr. Speaker, I went through the interpretation and I realized that stakeholder or stakeholders have not been defined, which I think is important to have a look at. Thank you.
So your view is that we
My
should
view
define
is
stakeholders?
We should either we are using other stakeholders or relevant stakeholders. We need to be consistent with that.
Very well, yes, Honorable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, for consistency, yes, but I don't know in this context how you want stakeholders to be defined. It will be a difficult thing in this context to define it, but it's an ordinary word. And then if you check the context in N and the context in S, you will see that it's different.
It's quite different.
Yes.
So my suggestion is that if you feel that stakeholders is a term of art, then hold it. When we get to interpretation, you propose that stakeholders be interpreted. And at that stage, the House will consider whether stakeholders is a term of art so that a definition should be provided or not. So you can hold your amendment until we get to the interpretation. Honourable members, we have debated clause 4.
Mr. Speaker.
Exhaustively, yes.
Mr. Speaker, what about the issue I raised earlier with respect to the consistency matter?
Look at the context. It makes difference. There is a distinction. there must be a determination whether whatever the commission is considering, you are a relevant stakeholder. Then you will be invited accordingly to take part.
Mr. Speaker, and then other stakeholders. I think I'm guided. Probably we need to define the two so that we can
So
be very
you
well
hold
guided.
it when we get to the interpretation, because we cannot be doing the definition here, since the word stakeholder has been used generally in the bill. It can only be under the interpretation. But assuming it is only used in clause 4, then you can provide a definition for it in clause 4.
Mr. Speaker, I'm guided.
Yes. Honorable Kinsley Nyako.
Mr. Speaker, my last proposed amendment to H. H. Oh, let me see. Ensure.
No, H says collaborate with district assemblies for the sustainable management.
Functions for, but what I'm holding, the functions, clause 4, you come to the next page, it is still about clause 4. Then page 29, still clause 4 is there. Maybe it's the numbering that is changed.
So you said H.
Okay, so it is 4, 3, H. 4, 3, H.
Okay, clause 4, 3, H.
Yes, please. Yes,
yes.
please.
Then you are now talking.
Yes. So ensure the implementation of any relevant obligation of the Republic in terms of any.
Well, because clause 4.1 has been amended, if we don't have any further amendment on clause 4.1, let me put the question on clause 4.1, then we can make progress. As many as are in favor of clause 4.1 as variously amended, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 4.1 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, Honorable Kinsley Nyako.
With respect, 4.3H, ensure the implementation of any relevant obligation of the Republic in terms of any international agreement or applicable rule of international law. My issue has to do with of any relevant obligation. I'm thinking we delete of any relevant so that it remains ensure the implementation of obligations of the Republic instead of to say of any relevant obligation. I find it to be a bit mouthful. So ensure the implementation of obligations of the Republic in terms of any international agreement or applicable rule of international law. So
Chairman of the committee, what do you say to it?
Mr. Speaker, I respectfully disagree because the nation and its laws and the obligations we've assigned to are various. And so you want this law to speak to the relevant obligations. And so I think that it's better this rendition stays so that it's not just any obligation, but the relevant obligations. That is with respect to the fisheries industry. Thank you.
With respect, obligations that are relevant and that are not relevant. I mean, it's kind of, if you say, no, but looking at how it is couched, you are saying that we must ensure the implementation of any relevant obligation. And my question is, which obligation is relevant and which is not? And who determines the relevance of the obligation? So it will make much sense if we do away with any relevance and talk about obligations, because we know our obligations, they are defined. Our obligations are defined, we know them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Kinsley Nyako, Ghana has entered so many agreements, but out of the so many agreements that we have entered, it is only the one that is relevant that we can talk about here. But there are some obligations on the country regarding the subject matter that may not be relevant. Other than that, when you delete relevant, then you must introduce the word relating to fisheries. So here, they are talking of the obligations in relation to fisheries. So long as it is not relevant to fisheries, this law is not saying we are under that obligation.
Speaker, I'm guided, but why do we have obligations that are not relevant? That is what I don't understand. How and why do we, or should we have obligations that are not relevant?
So,
obligations
Honorable Kinsley Nyako, if you delete it, the rendition will be ensure the implementation of obligations of the Republic in terms of any international agreement.
Yeah, that
in
is
terms
my
of
position.
any international agreement.
Yeah, that is
so you realize that there are some obligations of this particular republic that has got to do with Parliament. Do you understand? So long as the Fisheries Commission is concerned, those obligations, though is an obligation of the republic, is not relevant to fisheries. Do you get it?
Mr. Speaker, I get it partially, but this document, this bill,
You see,
this
we
bill,
have signed so many treaties. For instance, Ghana has an obligation under the International Human Rights Charter. But you agree with me that the obligation of the Republic under the International Human Rights Treaty has nothing to do with fisheries. Do you understand? So if you leave it, obligations of the Republic, it's as if you are talking about all international obligations of the Republic. But if you introduce relevant obligations, it means that those treaties that Ghana has signed, the one relevant to fisheries, that is what we are talking about.
Mr. Speaker, I get you. Speak into you. You are right. I agree. You are right.
Thank you very much. So may I put a question on entire clause 4? As many as are in favor of clause 4, as variously amended, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 4 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 5, governing body of the Commission.
Governing body of the Commission.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we do not have any proposed amendments.
Honourable members, any proposed amendment? The committee doesn't have proposed amendment, but it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Chief Whip.
Speaker, in consonance with clause 11B of the bill, I propose that the National Premises Committee be factored into the institutional representations in the composition of the governing body of the Commission. Mr. Speaker, is because the functions of the National Premises Committee is so central to fishing activities. And the law clearly, the implementation of the law clearly have a major relationship with what the National Premise Committee does. And so on that basis, I propose it to the drafters. I don't know.
So, Honourable Member, the National Fisheries this thing, is it an autonomous body?
Yes, we are also an agency under the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture, just like the Fisheries Commission. It's not a bite. We need a representation. We need to be represented on the commission.
Okay. So, looking at the institutional representations,
yes.
Do we have any agency of the Fisheries Commission represented here?
Of the ministry?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker,
because what we have here is
No.
Ghana Maritime Authority.
No.
Then the Police Service, the Environmental Protection, then the Water Resources,
Yes,
then the Ghana
we don't.
Port and Harbour.
We don't.
And because we don't, if we advocate
Yes.
that the premix should be added,
Yes.
then equally other agencies under the ministry will have to be added here.
Mr. Speaker, there are about 2 agencies. We are just about 2 agencies under the Fisheries Commission.
So then you are proposing that the agencies under the decision should also be added. Is that the proposal?
You know, the law is seeking to establish the Fisheries Commission. The Fisheries Commission already exists, but this law is to consolidate it.
Yes.
And make it better. So in constituting its governing body, relevant agencies are being mandated to be represented on the body. And I'm saying that the National Premise Committee is also very relevant in respect of the work that the Fisheries Commission does, especially because of the terms in Clause 11B.
Well, the proposal is for the consideration of the House. Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Let me hear from the Honourable Minister first.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think the proposal from the Chief Whip is something we should include, in the sense that if you look at the work and the activities of the Fishing Commission, I don't see where premix are coming. Because I remember in the 8th Parliament, we had an engagement with them. If you look at the other agencies like the Ghana Maritime Authority, the Police Service, the Navy, and other things, they are very vital agencies or authorities that take part, especially in what's happened in the sea. I don't see where premix authority or premix secretariats get fit in. So I don't think that it should be included in that. I don't see the relevance and the role that the premix secretariat will play with regards to this governing body of the Fishery Commission.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, the ministry has the National Premix Secretariat and also the Fisheries Commission. The Premix Secretariat and its board is chaired by our able Chief Whip. We do not have representatives of the Commission, the Fisheries Commission, on the board of the Premix Secretariat. So the Fisheries Commission board is separate from the agencies under the ministry. And so Fisheries Commission has its constitutionally mandated membership that will stay. National Premix Secretariat and its board also has its composition and relevant agencies that constitute it. So I submit that we should allow the current rendition to stay so that the commission stays as it is constituted. Then the premix also stays as it's constituted.
So we don't have any member of the commission serving on the premix.
No, Mr.
So
Speaker.
we shouldn't have a
No.
premix also serving on.
Well, the chair is here. Let's hear him.
Speaker,
This is a house of records. The premise, the Fisheries Commission is ably represented on the National Premise Committee because of its relevance to the work that the National Premise Committee and the Secretariat does. Do you have a representation? They have a representative. They have a representative. Now, in pursuance of LI 2233 2016, the composition of the National Premise Committee is represented. It has a representative from the Fisheries Commission as by law established now, as we speak. Now, the point I'm making is that if you read clause 1, sub 1B, application of the Act, 1.1, unless otherwise specified, this Act applies to fishing and fishing-related activities and any other activity or matter within the scope of this Act. Now, Speaker, the memorandum accompanying this bill says that this is a law that is to encapsulate all the legal regimes and consolidate all the legal regimes existing into one consolidated act.
Very well.
That the
Honorable
Speaker,
Chief Whip. Let me resolve the problem this way.
Yes.
This will be a policy matter because issues relating to governing body as to the composition of the board is purely a policy issue. I will therefore step it down and urge upon the minister to do a further consultation in relation to the composition of the governing body.
Very well.
Yes, on clause 5.
Mr. Speaker, with respect.
On clause 5.
Mr. Speaker.
Is it on clause 5?
Mr. Speaker, we are supposed to adjourn after 5 hours. We've gone beyond the required time for us to sit. 5 hours, we've gone beyond that, Mr. Speaker. And my honorable senior Ayumadu is very tired, and I can see from
What is the time now?
Mr. Speaker, the time is 7:37.
Very well. So you are asking me to extend the period to 8 o'clock. So accordingly, I use my discretion to extend the period to 8 o'clock. Yes, Honorable Animedu.
Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't have mind if we were to have enough bills for the consideration. And I am told that, Mr. Speaker, you directed that copies of the bills be served on members, and they are making copies to serve on members.
Yes.
As we sit here, we are using one bill, about 4
so,
of us.
Honorable Animedu, the conclusion that we first to address the issue. Today, we have not even started sitting at 2 o'clock. We started sitting after 3. So, before 5 hours, I do not have the power to adjourn the House. But after 5 hours, I have the power to adjourn the House. So in view of the fact that we started sitting at 3 o'clock, Honorable Kinsley Nyako, your application to me is not within my domain. But let's address the issue of Honorable Animedu. Yes, an important point that you raised. So the view is that, like establishment of the board, the duties and liabilities of the board, tenure of office of members of the board, meetings of the board. These are templates in various standard provisions in various laws, except that we are deciding to litigate it. But I am amenable. I'm amenable.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I was going to urge leadership to move a motion once we have started the consideration. And then I'll urge table office to give us enough copies to peruse through so that tomorrow we can make meaningful discussion. There's no point rushing through to have a bad law. We don't need to rush through the bill. That would be my proposal.
Majority Chief Whip, the proposal is coming from the minority. So, Honorable Habib, let me hear them.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with Honorable Anyimedu, except that we had an agreement that at least if we are done with clause 5, then we could take adjournment for tomorrow. But it is true that they don't have enough copies and they are struggling with the copies. And if members don't have enough copies, they will not be able to make meaningful contribution to the bill. And the bill is such important. So if we can just end at clause 5, and then tomorrow table office can make enough copies available so that they get the copies today, so that tomorrow we can continue with other parts. I think I had that engagement with the Majority Chief Whip that we should end at clause 5.
Yes.
Speaker, indeed, we engaged, and the agreement was that the clause 6, Speaker, if you may note, is such a brief clause. So we agreed that we'll add it to 5 and clear it. Oh, please, these are the. So we're hoping that. So we're hoping that upon clearing 5, we'll take 6 quickly and then bring proceedings to a close, and then encourage the table office to make adequate copies or sufficient copies of the bills available for members tomorrow for tomorrow's work. Then, brother.
Clause 5 has actually been deferred. Clause 5 has actually been deferred.
Has been deferred.
Yes.
So, Mr. Speaker, then it means that we may have to draw the curtains down.
So move a motion for adjournment.
Make sure you give us copies.
Mr. Speaker, I did indicate, table office should try today to make sufficient copies available. Because it's such an important bill. Mr. Speaker, as you can see, I have about 3 first-timers who are by our senior Anyimedu. They want to learn, and they want to learn. And also, Mr. Speaker, before my colleague moved the motion for adjournment, even though we are done with this for us to continue tomorrow, we are of the view that we should schedule the minister responsible for finance for tomorrow for committee on the whole, as we have a lot of outstandings. That is of importance. And then I think the minister responsible for finance to come tomorrow to meet us at committee on the whole, so that so many other issues that affect members that you need to address.
Let me give these guidelines again. Concerning certain things, I would prefer if the whips engage rather than speaking to the record. Very well. Before you move the motion, honourable members, I have. Yes, we've come to the annual consideration stage for today. Honorable Minister, I would urge upon you that tomorrow you bring more copies of the bill to be distributed to members.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Actually, we have made arrangements. We are surprised they are not here, but we ensure that they come.
Very
Thank
well,
you.
so that we can make progress.
No,
Honorable members, my attention has been drawn to a referral I made yesterday in respect of the Ghana Scholarship Authority Bill 2025 to the committee responsible for education. Honourable members, pursuant to Order 262 of the Standing Orders, the Committee on Public Administration and State Interests shall have referral to it matters that relate to state interests and public administration, and has jurisdiction to investigate and inquire into the activities and administration of some state institutions, including scholarship secretariats. Accordingly, the Ghana Scholarship Authority Bill is hereby referred to the Joint Committee on Public Administration and State Interest and Committee on Education for consideration and report. So instead of only Education Committee, it's now the Joint Committee. So the two committees should take note and then collaborate. Yes, Majority Chief Whip, you may now move the motion.
Speaker, I move that in the absence of any further business, the House be adjourned till tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. Oh, we'll leave that for Speaker.
Honourable Member, we have further business, so we just stop at clause 4. And unfortunately, we have not done 5 hours.
Speaker, I agree we haven't done 5 hours. But given the solemnity of the mood of the House, I pray that we bring today's proceedings to a close, and then we can come back tomorrow at 2.
Yes.
To do further battle.
Deputy Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker, the Majority Chief Whip, as you can see, should take the cue that we in the minority, we are always collaborating with them and ready to work. We have done the Fisheries Bill up to clause 5. He can check his back. I don't need to say anything.
Well, Majority Leader, they are collaborating with you. They are ready to work. Clause 6.
So, Mr. Speaker, we have been able to help them. And if you check your back, you understand. And the minister responsible for fisheries, you can check your back. So, Mr. Speaker, I second the motion for adjournment.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. As many as are in favor of the adjournment, say aye. Those against the motion for adjournment, say no. The ayes have it. The House is accordingly adjourned. The House is accordingly adjourned till Thursday, 10th July 2025 at 2 o'clock in the forenoon. Thank you very much, honourable members.